Crap. You guys can hear me now? Okay. Yeah, I ran into a bit of an audio accident. My bad. So, welcome to episode 620 of the Sapio-Males Guide to the Galaxy when men, women, and social media. Damn it. I'm gonna get this. We're gonna get this together. One of these days, I'm gonna have it all butter laid where we're not gonna have any problems anymore. Because I was just talking for like the last 2 minutes. You guys didn't hear me. Now you guys can, apparently. All right. All right, I need to reset here. Okay. So what is this live stream about? All right. So here's what I do, and I'm gonna drop the link here in just a second. Or yeah, you guys can hear it now. Yeah, I sorted it out, dude. I saw what was going on. I mean, at least you guys heard the music and everything, because I didn't talk at the beginning. It was after that I was talking for about a minute to about a minute and 20 seconds, and then I was like, "Whoa, what's going on?" And then I checked something, and I was like, and then now you can hear me. All right. So, what's this about? All right. So, I think what I wanted to do was kind of have like sort of like a just like an open chat kind of conversation about how it is that men and women are impressed upon by social media. Here's what I did. So, we kind of hatched this little plan, to do some reconnaissance work, right? So in 2020, what I said was I would go fish around, various platforms that were talking about relationships and stuff, right? And what I would do is I would inject the sapiosexual angle into it to see how receptive, that proposition would be. Now, you guys know those conversations. They sparked, I would say, on BGS's live streams, the first couple of women's live streams, because on those he had men on there, and then the women could ask the men questions, right? And then when the Brain Trust started, and Mike V and I were the first two dudes on there. And then when the Brain Trust started, Mike V started firing up the sapiosexual live streams and chats here. And then I started doing the Sapio-Males Guide to the Galaxy on my channel. And then I would kind of fish around on other platforms and, get involved in conversations and throw some thoughts and ideas out there. However, it's 2021, and I would say that what we've kind of seen at this stage of the game, I don't want to call it a reset. I know that's the popular term that's floating around in certain circles, but I would say that the conversation has kind of started over, but this time with more of a female participation aspect to it. There's a lot of women that are now calling into shows, and what I'm finding though is that when I do kind of just like some cloud listening when I'm working or whatever, right? What I'm finding is that talking points are largely social media driven, and this is kind of where I'm sort of like, all right, does that whole sort of axiom of life imitating art and versus art imitating life apply? But instead of art, we're just saying social media, right? You already know over here, Sapio stuff, things are far more nuanced, right? However, when you kind of go to the other areas, you find that the conversation is so binary that you have to really stop and ask yourself, like, is this to be taken serious, or is this purely for content creation purposes? You have to ask yourself these questions sometimes. I found myself asking these questions towards the end of 2020. Right. I really did. I can't lie to you guys. Oh wait, hold on. Shoot, my bad. Hold on. Yeah, I found myself asking these questions towards the end of 2020. And, I'm not really sure what our female listenership is like at the moment, or if there are any. I would invite them up because this is more of an objective conversation, right? It's sort of like, okay, wait a minute. Let's think about this objectively for a second. Like, put your thinking cap on. That's what we do over at the Brain Trust, right? Got our thinking caps on. New, peace, brother. What's going on, G? Soroba, what's going on, G? Johnny Blaze, I see you. Black Dev, what's going on? So you got to put your thinking cap on, and again, these kind of conversations when it comes to a sapio position, they're largely unisex because we're trying to intellectually dissect what we are observing. So what I'm trying to figure out here is that what is actually going on. I'm starting to get a sneaking suspicion here that we're sort of maybe unbeknownst or beknownst. I'm not really sure. That's what I'm still trying to pick apart. Or let's just say that there's some beknownst and some unbeknownst. However, right, there's a part to play in all that. There's always an unseen hand, right? But algorithmically speaking, you can commodify and commercialize certain types of conversations, right? And if you can do that, I don't. How much interest do you have in creating a solution so that you basically stop your revenue flow? This is my question. I would fancy myself to be a rather astute business person, right? And I'm not knocking one's hustle, but I am really just trying to pick apart what it is that I should lend my attention to and what conversations that I shouldn't. Am I about improving my situation, or am I about and I'm putting this in air quotes, the conversation? What are we about? What are we doing here? This is the question. That's the question. That's the link. If you guys want to come up, or if not, that's fine. I'll kind of keep going on what I'm going on here. But the one other thing that you'll find on this platform, and there's like over 600 videos to even illustrate this. There really is no combative conversations with the opposite gender that happen over here. That's the reason why when you have an intelligence-based conversation, things tend to happen a little bit differently, right? It's the reason why, like, I sort of look at that as a priority in terms of what it is that I'm looking for. An objective thinker. Speaking of objective thinkers, just Johnny Blaze. What's up, dude?
Hey, man. What's going on?
Not much, bro. Happy Monday.
Oh yeah, just got out of an hour-long meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you make a very interesting. You pose an interesting question here.
Mm-hmm.
Men and women in social media.
Yeah.
And what I see, at least from the other perspective or the other side, to me, it's not about the content, but it's about the content creator. That's why those subjects seem to be very low level, because it's all about the pizzazz of, hey, women do this, men do that, blah, blah, blah. So really, the content itself is, we're just going around and around in a circle, but really it's all about the content creator. How much buzz can they generate?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that's how I see it.
Yeah. Hey, what's going on, Paul? Welcome, brother. Happy New Year.
Hey, good to be here, man. Oh my God, this is gonna be hilarious, dog. I love this topic.
Well, I was gonna kind of, I in my head anyway, I was gonna bury the whole Sapio thing for a minute, but that wasn't something that was wanted, actually. I said, okay, all right. So then, the first thing that kind of really thought to my head to really kind of do another one was, some of the observations that I've had over some time with regards to, what I hear in these conversations, right? And I think a lot of the talking points and stuff like that are largely social media driven. This has been my observation over the past year. I was like, I took a step back, and this is, as a married man, as a man who was married, let me say that because I'm widowed now, happily though, right? Kind of did things the right way, seen successes in my life in terms of business, done some things that I can hang my hat on, right? All of the narratives I don't fit, right? When it comes to the conversations that go back and forth, back and forth. So, for example, if I were to apply myself, or let's just say contrast myself to, let's just say, the gender war angle where the women say, okay, well, look, all of you fill in the blank, right? That fill in the blank, though, does not align with the what I can hang my hat on. You get what I mean? But we don't acknowledge it's, well, I don't want to say it's not acknowledged. So there's a response to it. And then it says, well, you all do this. Now, the woman that I was married to didn't do those things either. Right? So I'm kind of sitting here like, what is this really about? I mean, people can't really think that we're this binary, do they? What do you guys think?
Well, it's just like they try so hard they try so hard to be like so intelligent about sexuality and all this stuff, and it's just like I hear all this bad conversation, and I remember the last time I was on someone's live stream, and we talked about this before, and he had a blow up, with the a granules type character, right?
Yeah.
And then he got really upset about it. It's just like a basic term. And if you mention it to the other group, they just go off and be like, what the hell? But I saw your recent one, a video talking about it, and I think that last one you did, it sums up perfectly, and it is social media driven, social network driven. And that's been going on for like decades since I've been on this, website.
Yeah, what I was gonna do was the other reason why I was thinking about kind of not doing this stuff was because on my channel, man, I did like over 50 of these, right? And there was a lot of things that I did cover, right? So I think what I'll do is I'll rehash a lot of that stuff because a lot of people didn't hear it. Okay. But my main oh wait, we got an echo. Yeah.
It ain't on my end. Okay.
Yeah. Whenever you speak, when you were speaking, it was coming through pretty bad.
Okay, hold on one second.
Not you, Complex. The other guy.
Oh, it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
No, as you're speaking, you're echoing.
Okay, wait a minute.
Yeah,
it might be me. Hold on one second.
Yeah, it ain't me. I tried mine.
Yeah. Well, let's see. What about now?
Oh, it's gone.
Nope, it's still there.
Can you drop off and come back in?
All right, I'll do it.
Here, I'm gonna post the link again. Hold on one second. Okay. I'm gonna get it together, you guys. Bear with me.
But Complex.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Am I echoing now?
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay. These rudimentary conversations, man, they're easy to follow. I mean, that's why they work. Ooh, now I'm echoing.
Now you're echoing. Wait a minute. Yeah, I gotta do this. Now there's no echo, right?
Hold on. 1, 2.
Nope, no echo. Yo, Sorbo, you there?
I'm here.
Paul, you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Wait, and now I got an echo for some reason. What the hell's up with StreamYard? What about now? Let's try it. 1, 2. You guys all good?
Yep.
Paul?
Yep.
Testing.
Saroba?
I'm here.
All right, we're good. Shit. All right. I'm just gonna have to not. I'm gonna have to figure out another way to do the music shit. I'm probably gonna have to use Streamlabs again, which is a pain in my ass, but okay. Anyway, yeah. So, where do we leave off? Shit, we had an audio.
Go with Johnny.
No, I was just saying, how the rudimentary conversations are very easy to have. They're very easy to follow. You're trying to speak sapiosexual, man. You're probably talking, like you said, maybe 10% of the population understands what this stuff is.
Actually, 5 and 10. 5 and 10% population.
But I would also say our content as a whole only reaches a small percentage, right?
Right.
See, the whole angle here was that based on the whole fourth industrial position, and Paul, I'd like to get your take on this. Based on the whole fourth industrial position, intelligence is going to be the driver going forward, right? So that would also mean that if you were going to do the whole union and family thing and all that, it's pretty much only intelligent people are going to do it.
Exactly.
Right? Because they're gonna create the things that they need progeny to pass it off to. Right, i.e., your Zuckerbergs, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's where the technocratic sapio position comes into play. It's in alignment. It fits with our platform.
Yeah,
right.
It's kind of like the Steve Jobs, what you call it, Bill Gates, those types, and you have to have that mindset when you're young.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What you got on it, Paul?
So here's the deal. It's hilarious, man. It's the same arc, I think, is pretty much everything else. It's just that, like, human sexuality, mating and dating is such a salacious thing that people kind of view it differently, but it actually meets the exact same criteria as everything else. It's some insanely high number, like 90% of CEOs, be they men or women, are married, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the whole mating and dating conversation is exciting and fun, but like stability and commitment is effective. So what happens, and I gotta admit, man, I am no different than anybody, is any individual on the face of the earth through their teens and their 20s are mating and dating. Some folks start dropping off in their 20s, some start dropping off in their 30s, some start dropping off in their 40s. Some never drop off. They always in the scene.
Yeah, I did that when I was like 20. Go ahead.
I mean, but I think what happens to every individual is that as your energy and your focus moves from that play stuff to the actual real stuff in life, because you got a commitment, and with that commitment comes along like obligations and, you know, then children and stuff like that. Once you start focusing on the real things in life, then your profile explodes because that's where all your energy goes.
That's what I found. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But what happens is the conversation is still mostly being led by all of the losers, by all of the cats that never were able to make those connections.
Oh God.
Go ahead.
I was
think about
gonna
it.
say,
Yeah, think about it. Yeah, it's common sense.
It's the exact same thing in business.
Yeah, finish up.
90% of the noise that you get, like in advertisements and all this other stuff like that, are the startups that will eventually fail.
Right.
10% is the long-term going interest. It's the same thing in mating and dating, right? Like, and what's so funny is that, nah, dude, it's a reset. It's a reset. Because what happened is the value of that power U or whatever you want to call it plummeted when the funds got low. Period, point blank, end of story.
Well, it's like that's the thing, man. It's like, okay,
I'm still surprised.
There's what's happened globally, right? You've had a global shift, and then you have the impact of social media, how people consume their information, right?
Right.
And one is overlaid on top of the other. Now, if you're not objective, you'll basically just take all of social media and you'll apply no objectivity whatsoever. Why? Because you have no knowledge of the working world. Sans social media. You have no knowledge of relationships. Sans social media. You don't have any real world experience. And this is what I'm finding. I'm finding the conversation is being held by Johnny. Is that you?
Yeah, man.
Okay. All right, let me just get this out, and then I'm gonna go to you. I'm finding that the conversation is had by a lot of people who have been highly educated in the social media age of the internet, but don't actually have any real world experience to really base this on. And when I say that, what I mean here is that the type of experience where you can compare and contrast, right? Where you've seen one side of the binary extreme versus the other, and then you understand the nuance, i.e. the gray area that exists in the middle. Go ahead, Johnny, you got it.
Well, I mean, Paul actually hit on something here, man. He said these conversations are led literally by the losers. Now, I'm going to tie in what you just said, and it was kind of mind blowing when he said it. But I mean, okay, let's take the explosion of Instagram just for a second, and let's look at all the Instagram models. These were probably individuals who had no real, no usable skills in life for the most part. Right. Let's be honest. They were probably fast food workers and, and just, doing whatever they could, but they found a way to turn their looks, into a money-making, profit, the OnlyFans. I mean, you think about all this stuff. If you look at how they're able to turn, non-usable skills into profit. Okay. Now, we don't know how long this is going to last. It could last for a short period of time, could last for a long period of time. That we don't know. But you kind of went back to it. They have the expertise in the social media and the marketing perspective. But when it comes to true tangibles, no, they have no usable skills. But that's what's going on here. They found some little niche market of how to exploit, mass media or just the perception of this great, wonderful lifestyle and bring it to the forefront. That's what losers have kind of always done. They were the cool cats in the back of the classroom.
Yeah. Basically, you're correct, Johnny. Most of these kids, probably around our age down below, they went to some college, but they never dealt with real life skills with people. Take me, for instance. I had a job like 2 years as a barista, right? Interact with people that was older and younger. Never had to deal with an OnlyFans page, right? And you see the same losers walking around asking for, a free handout. That's what you're dealing with. And these are the same people that MOT talked about on his channel. He said, look, they the ones bringing you down. If you want to be successful, you got to cut your ties off, and especially your family that thinks like that. I had to get away from that like years ago. I had that mindset since like 21 with my last girl, and that's been over decades. And I always had this mindset. I'm like, man, they all do the same shit, especially Twitter too. And Twitter wasn't always like that with a lot of whores on it. It was just basic. They talk about real conversation until they came in, like that niche market you talking about. It gotten crazier and crazier since this, pandemic. And they just like, oh, fuck it. I'm not going to be intelligent. I'm going to do this frivolous shit. And I'm going to say, look, I'm going to show my ass and say, well, I'm not thinking about nothing. I'm just going to keep going. And then you got guys pretend to be esoteric teachers teaching about utilitarianism. And basically it's just a theory. and I got it on paper, I'm like, okay, you're teaching this, but you're not teaching the actual theory that's really impossible. But basically, if we teach it, we make it make sense. And it has a lot of strengths and weaknesses, pros and cons. Talk about this specific person. He always mentioned it in a video, and I just shake my ass like, dude, you're teaching a bunch of guys that are losers and try to be intellectuals like us. And that was the problem at one point, 1-0. And they had issues like that. You had the same losers try to bring it down along with the other opposite sex rivals what we was trying to believe. They kicked the intellectuals out of the community. That's basically what it is.
That's always what happens.
Yeah. And it's just what you're seeing now. They don't want that because we figure out what tech does. It rivals their thing. And then MOT said, look, they don't want guys like us. That's why they don't come on panels. They get intimidated. It was like, what are they talking about? Well, we're talking about this. This is the future to build your foundation. If you come from a 2-parent home, that's what we all grew up. I mean, the single parenting is it's a disaster. We know that,
Well, this is the reason why the whole sapiosexual position is largely ignored, because it requires you to actually evolve out of your current state to think about people differently. Okay, that's what it requires that you do. And so that means that whatever biases, whatever anything that you have, you have to abandon it in order to actually be in this space here. So now there's people that have an inkling or an idea or a thought in their mind that something like this could actually exist, right?
Yeah.
So what ends up having to happen here is that conversations have to be had. And this is the reason why, I gotta actually salute you, Sir, because I'm doing this on your suggestion.
Yeah, it's just
right.
It needs
You were
to
the
be,
one that told me that actually to keep
it's
doing
it's
it.
interesting to talk about because I'm trying to do research on it. I'm like, man, this is I've heard the term used in Twitter before by some person, the opposite sex, and she was saying she was one, but I didn't believe her at first. But then I researched myself. It's exactly what you said. I'm like, wow.
Right, and it's not what is genuinely thought, right? Because the thing is, the more conversations you have where you deep dive, you'll find that it's a psychological disposition.
Yeah.
Right, and there's a lot of components to it. That's the reason why on my channel I have over 50 live streams about it. And the majority
I'm trying
of them
to get to them. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that was the whole thing. It was like I said, okay, perhaps what makes sense at this stage is to maybe kind of rekindle some of those prior concepts, right? Because I was doing things like I would do one of the ones that stands out in my head is like I did one on stoicism.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Right. So then I pulled quotes. I looked up quotes on stoicism, and these were I think it was quotes from like Marcus Aurelius, and I'm trying to remember. It was like men of revere of past and near past and present, and they had very stern, concrete things to say about stoicism. Now, as a man who is oriented as a sapio, the reason why is because I'm very firm. I'm a very firm individual, right? Mm-hmm. It's like there's a lot of things I'm responsible for, right? I'm responsible for like my home. I'm responsible for my child. I'm responsible for the business that I have with my partners, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of things I'm responsible for, so I can't be flaky.
Yeah.
Okay. I had that time in my 20s where I was flaky, and the thing was that I was flaky about my own shit. You know what I mean? And because of that,
I know what you mean.
Yeah. Because of that, I had to learn a lesson or two. So what is that? Those lessons told me that, okay, well, listen, when you have partners, you can't be flaky, because you flaked on yourself and look what happened, right? Yeah. And then there was a time when I dealt with a chick who fucking flaked on me.
Yeah.
She was flaky on me, cheated on me, did all that shit, and guess what the lesson was? Don't deal with a chick who's gonna be flaky on you. Okay,
Exactly.
you learn not to flake on yourself, and then you learn not to deal with a chick who's gonna flake on you, right?
Exactly.
And then I dealt with a chick who had my fucking back, right? But then I learned
Right.
another lesson: how precious life is, because she's no longer here. You see,
Damn,
so
that's
for
deep.
me,
Yeah. Sorry to hear
man,
that. Yeah.
well, I appreciate that, bro. I truly
Yeah.
do. I appreciate that
Yeah.
because actually tomorrow will be the day that she passed. That's kind of the reason. Another reason why I'm doing this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tomorrow will be 6 years.
Damn.
Yeah,
Wow.
6 years tomorrow.
What type of cancer she died with though? Like,
Hodgkin's
if you don't-
lymphoma. Hodgkin's lymphoma.
wow, that's rare.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hodgkin's lymphoma.
Yeah, it runs in my family. I had a grandfather that died prostrate years ago. He didn't know, like, he didn't go to the doctor. He was one of those World War II guys.
Uh-huh.
He just didn't believe it. He had the fear of it, you know. But my dad always go every year.
Yeah, it's a lymphatic issue, man. So if you know, just for people who are listening, if we got relatives that are dealing with things like edema,
Yeah.
you know, issues like edema, where you know they have an issue with
Yeah.
their lymphatic system expelling lymphatic fluid through the
Mhm.
waste organs, right?
Yeah. Sorry to
Okay,
hear that.
we gotta look at how to treat and address the lymphatic system. I mean, we've done, like, again, man, we've done so many live streams, man, and Dr. Phoenix talked about
He's
it
excellent.
because
Yeah, he's
yeah,
excellent.
because he and I have talked on the phone, man, privately about a whole bunch of shit. So, but I prefaced it like, and that's kind of how we got into all of it, because that's how what led me into the whole cannabis industry. Okay,
Mhm.
was that because she fell within the 10 percentile of people who would suffer adversely from the chemotherapy treatment. There's only 10% of because Hodgkin's lymphoma is actually the easiest form of cancer to treat.
Yeah.
Unless you fall into that 10 percentile of people who get an adverse effect to the chemotherapy treatment. And basically what that does is it nukes the heart function.
Yeah.
So the
I know
first round
exactly
of
what you mean.
the first round of treatment that she did, she had congestive heart failure, and then after she recovered from that, she lost 30% of her heart function. From there,
Damn.
we had to make a decision. It was like, okay, do you continue to do chemotherapy? And we just had a daughter like 4 months ago, and yeah, you probably won't make it in another 3 months.
Wow.
Or do we say no and we try something else?
Yeah,
We
that's
said
like
no. Yeah, we said no.
it's like
Tried something
childbirth
else.
death almost. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was just some crazy shit. But we said no.
Yeah.
We tried something else. Extended her life another close to 3 years. So yeah, it's just
That's nothing to play with.
yeah. Tomorrow will be the day. But I will say this, you know, all that to say that, look, so she was an educator.
Yeah.
And she was a very objective person, so she would see how like social environments would affect a child's ability to learn.
Yeah.
Right. See, so she wasn't a person who was quick to adopt social media concepts because she was dealing with kids. Right. So, for example, she would be dealing with a problem with a child, but she would be like, why is this child doing this? And what it would come from, it would come from the parent. And it would be the parent who was consuming whatever they were consuming, and then the child would just be right there in the venue. And then next thing you know, the kid's doing it, and then she's sitting up here like, well, why is this kid having trouble doing this? Why is he having trouble focusing? Why this? Why this? Why that? And see, this is the very reason why I say, okay, well, look, what I can't do is accept this social media notion that this conversation of men and women is wholly this binary. It's bullshit. I was married to a woman who was an objective thinker. They exist. And this isn't even me, quote unquote, caping or simping. This is literally me making a case for intelligent Black people.
Yeah.
We exist.
Let me, okay.
Go ahead. You got it. Go ahead.
Let me tell you the way that I see it. And I think that the arc of your story, man, like it's an amazing thing. And I think it clearly demonstrates like how a shift in perspective changes lives, right? Like, so all of this stuff sounds corny, but it's just about as real as the floor that you're standing on, right? So, first thing is this, please understand, because like I did extremely well dating when I was still in the dating world. But like dating is like children playing. Marriage is like, I don't know, college or post-secondary
It's a
education. That's when stuff gets real.
The whole different scenario.
Yeah,
Exactly
exactly
right.
what y'all mean.
Because marriage is life, and taking your values and extending them out into the future with children, establishing something. You will hear me quote this cat, Chamath Palihapitiya, all the time. Facebook guy, made $1 billion on his own. Now he got a hedge fund with like tens of billions of dollars. He just straight up, and he did this dude, tens of billions of dollars. Got a good old lady that helped him deal with some of his internal issues
Mm-hmm.
and went on to like 10x his already insanely large fortune. So right now, the leading narrative is that women have something that men want. But I have to tell you, that's bullshit.
You know, Paul, fundamentally my issue here, right? And this is where I kind of had to think about what Sir Oba was saying. And I said, okay, I do have to do these, right? Because see, my live streams, I title them this, but then I have like very specific things to talk about. And a lot of times what I'm talking about has actually nothing to do with like the opposite sex. It has more to do with psychology and mindset. So as a sapio-male, an intellectual and intelligent man who uses it to his advantage in the environment, right, that he exists in. Okay. I speak to every and all things that are advantageous to a person who's oriented that way, including how to go about engaging the opposite gender, right? Because in the right situation, when you add 2 and 2, you get 4. It's a force multiplier, right? I could speak to both scenarios where I had a woman who basically cost me a bunch of shit, and then I married a woman who essentially was a plus positive in my life. And so here's what I'll do. I'll compare and contrast, and I will always tell a man, listen, 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 listen. Trust me. If you have a woman in your circle or you know in your venue, and she's got your back, it's going to be a plus positive. Okay, I'm sorry, it's unequivocal. I've seen both sides of it. You can't argue the shit with me. Okay, and so for me, that's really what it is that I'm doing here, man. All I'm doing is extolling the virtues of dealing with intelligent people, whether it's your own business partners, whether it's your friends, whether it's your mate. Okay, keep sensible, smart people around you at all times. It'll always be to your benefit.
So check this out real quick. I think it's very important to address the fact that it's necessary to meet people where they're at, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This market is a market like everything else. Like Coca-Cola don't get you to buy Coca-Cola because they give you a rational argument. Coca-Cola gets you to buy Coca-Cola because they show you commercials never ending. And I think it's the same thing with the market value of this product that's out there. So it's constantly advertised that this value or that this product has a certain value. But really, that's not a rational argument. It's just a commercial. So I think what's happening is that like the younger men, the less experienced men, and unfortunately, a lot of the women as well, like they come to believe that fallacy that the
Right.
genitalia that they got, that like half the population of the earth has a greater value than it does.
You do
So it
realize
distorts the
that, Paul,
conversation.
there's 7 billion people on the planet. They either
Right.
have one sort of genitalia or the other. How special is it? Whichever way you choose to slice it. There's over 7 billion humans on the planet. I mean, yeah, you and everybody else, right?
Right.
Exactly.
You know,
And
Exactly right.
real quick, my grandfather told me, race to $1 million. All the women will come and find you.
Bro,
Now,
that's what me and my homie, my high school homie did when we got out of high school. It was like first one to $1 million by 30. That was the whole shit between he and I. He beat me, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, go ahead.
but see, it's just one of the basic theories I got in my life, right? Like shoot for the moon, even if you miss, you're amongst the stars. Corny,
Exactly.
but unfortunately,
I heard that
extremely
quote
true.
before.
Donnie Simpson.
Right? Like,
Yeah, I heard that
and
quote before from a prisoner. Yeah,
and
Well,
it's
he got it
insane
from
because a
Donnie
lot of
Simpson.
cats,
yeah. I heard it from another guy too. He's the same thing, Donnie Simpson. It's inspiring.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Shoot from
Paul.
the
Sorry.
stars. Yeah.
and I think that it has like persisted because it's so true, man. And here goes the thing. I think that it is imperative to like keep up this conversation and reintroduce it, reintroduce it, reintroduce it, reintroduce it. Why? Not because like you're going to. So the rational people, they already on board because you look at Facebook, you look at any of the social media platforms, and they're insane. It doesn't reflect real life at all.
Yeah.
So the rational people are already there. But I think what happens is that technologies and ideas both have the same rate of adoption issue, right? Like we're the first
Mhm.
5 to 7% of the first adopters. Then the next 7 to 15 or 20% are the early movers. And then you start meeting like a larger. It's the same thing with ideas. And if you notice, like all of this Megan Thee Stallion, WAP stuff, all of this ridiculously, let's just keep it real, overpriced behind mess is going out of style.
Yeah, it is.
And it started going out of style the second the pandemic hit. And you couldn't be flossing and flogging and putting up this fake front and doing this like image advertising issue, man. I'm just coming out of Atlanta. It's like it's the heart of that, man.
Yeah, I'm in Cobb County. I see this shit all the time.
Hey, Johnny, did you have something you was gonna put in on, man?
Yeah, man. Well, Paul kind of he like really elaborated. I'm not going to go as deep as him into it, but I was going to say the marketing piece. And if we honestly look at what we see, it's all, I'll say it's from an entertainment perspective. People are basing
Exactly.
relationships off of entertainers. Whether they be athletes, whether they be music people, actors and actors. That seems to be like the gold standard that everyone is trying to achieve. But yet when you look at like really, really successful people who are not in the entertainment industry, they have a completely different lifestyle. You look at how these individuals, who they're married to, who they're dating, and it's nothing like entertainment.
I mean,
And I think, individuals like us, we're able to kind of, we see the man behind the curtain, basically.
yeah. I guess once again, right? Because you kind of touched on something where you said it's like, okay, you want to be entertained by conversations that are about real problems. There's something weird there, right? Like, so let's just say I'm trying to figure out a math problem, like 2 + 3 = 5, right? What I want to know is the solution to the problem. I don't want entertainment. So if I want entertainment, but you seek it in a conversation about a problem that's largely circular, right? Then
Right.
once again, I have to question if people are thinking objectively about what they're consuming in terms of these conversations that are had on these platforms. Because if what you're seeking is to be entertained, but then you turn around and you take said entertainment seriously, and then you engender it,
But
right? And then you
I get it.
regurgitate it, and then you put it back out as a talking point.
Yeah.
Well. Congratulations to you. You've just been programmed.
Right. But Paul said it,
It's very binary.
It's like the whole Coke thing. How does Coke sell their products? Basically, their
Advertisement.
product. Yeah, I mean, it's not any better than any other product, but we've been programmed to think that is, over and over. So I'm getting a call, guys. I'm gonna.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Handle
Go
it.
ahead. Handle it.
So here's the thing. And I'll be real quick. I don't want to. I think this is the solution to the issue, right?
Right.
The solution to the issue is kind of counterintuitive, in my opinion. But what you do is the same thing as what makes you successful in the dating arena in the first place, is not give a S, and focus solely on your objectives, right? Because what happens is that a bunch of tertiary things, or things that aren't directly involved with those practices, all align towards you being like the most attractive product, period, point blank. Because these cats could throw on gold chains and shoes and coats and do everything that social media tells them that they need to do. But I can almost guarantee you that the chick's gonna try to talk to me, because
They're intimidated because you're a real man. Like, they don't have an intellect like we do, because once they see someone that's intelligent and actually runs a household or a community, they easily like dismiss us. And the whole argument that what you call it, the educated lane, that came from Sergeant Willie P. And they use his talking points like it's a standard. And it pisses me off so much. Like, this dude is from Philly. You got it from one black man that used that because he had problems with, females at the time. It was a lot of rivalry going on in that space years ago. I've seen it for myself. He had a rival with a bisexual man named J Love 47. He disagreed on certain views on feminism. Like, when it circles around the same arguments, they never mentioned the sapiosexual part, because that's the most important part to get out of it. That's how you really defeat it.
Well, that's
And the problem,
I was
and that's the real problem. Yeah, that's the real problem.
That's never been. That's, dude. Like, the only time that's ever been really introduced was when we did it.
Yeah,
I gotta be real. Well, like I said, the only thing I can really point to you, and it wasn't that like BGS actually called it that, but that falls in line with what that would be the first few series of live streams he did on the women's channel that he started. It was like maybe mid late 2017.
Yeah.
Okay. In terms of the educated lame stuff, I got to tell you, no one here has ever subscribed to that.
No, I'm just saying where it comes from.
I always thought that was an oxymoronic.
Yeah, but I'll tell you where it came from. It came from Sergeant Willie P. and Big J Triple X broke down his video. I subscribed to his channel, and he told us and said that's where it come from. And you see these guys, like you're saying, the intelligence has ran out of that space. I'm talking about years ago, how it didn't really fall. It's just that conversation kind of died somewhere around 2010 when I was on it before this channel. This is like technically my second channel, so I've been here like decades. Yeah, and I've seen how it become bad, But 3.0 is really, like Wacky said, yes, this is ahead of its time now, because this is the future. You're talking about things is going to happen like 5 to 20 some years down the road.
Yeah, this here is like sort of like lay the pathway. That's why I'm like, okay, if you were to imagine like 10 years in the future from now, right? Dude, think about who the only people who are going to pair up. It's only going to be like people who have some sort of like intelligent mental connection, who are compatible on the same wavelength, right?
And think about it, man. That's the top of the food chain.
Yes, it is. And if this is a technocratic platform,
Yeah.
Paul, we're not talking about run of the mill shit here.
And I would bet money. I would put money on the fact that an inordinate number of the individuals that engage in these type of discussions and communities are paired up. Why? Because they thoughtful and intelligent. That leads to success. Success makes you interesting as F.
Dude, the only reason
Educated
why I'm
Lane.
single, the only reason why I'm single now is because of fucking cancer. Okay.
And I mean, the thing about it is that like, so, and I had it as a theory. And when I moved to Atlanta initially, holy God, man, like I found out beauty is not only a commodity, but it is actually cheap as F.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is.
Well, but what about intelligence, though?
See, and that's the thing.
That's diamond in
Is
the rough, man.
Exactly. That's the thing, because that's the actual real value. But it's like every other thing that happens on earth. Once you're what you are told the majority of the time is usually the exact opposite of the truth.
Exactly. I say beauty's a bonus, and trust me, as a heterosexual guy, I love a beautiful chick. I don't love one with no intelligence, though.
Greetings, Dr. Phoenix. He came in.
Oh shit, Dr. Phoenix. Hey brother, the link's up there, man. Join us if you can. I gotta tell you though, that's okay. It's not only myself, Mike V, Lionel, everyone here, Dr. Phoenix, he's here, right? This is what we've all espoused. I mean, there is a realm for brothers like us to exist and have a counterpart. Okay. And the thing about it is that our let's just put it like this. Our counterpart understands this too. Okay. I would say that there's a couple of close friends of the opposite gender, right? That I talk to on a regular basis, right? And this is how they feel. This is how they feel. I guess really what it is that from a male standpoint, it's never expressed in the sentiment, right? So there's like a biofeedback that happens. That's why I said, okay, well, let's examine the social media conversation that's been taking place thus far. And when I look at, because this is where it's happening now, right? I mean, I can talk about my friends that I speak to on the phone, right? Or in person when we get together and stuff like that. I can speak to that, but that's not reflective of the greater conversation that's had when a live stream fires up on a certain channel or what have you, and 10-15,000 people are listening. There's a difference between the conversation I'm having with a singular person on the phone versus an exchange that's happening, and then there's 20,000 people listening.
Right.
Okay. So I understand the context of the type of exchanges that I have with the opposite gender, but that's one-on-one.
Yeah.
But what about in a social media venue when you got thousands of people listening?
I like listening to talk. Wow. That's Black Dev. He wrote this. He said, yep, a cute chick is easy to find, but it's hard to find someone like listening to talk. Yeah. That sums up your conversation earlier.
But that's why this is called the Sapio-Males guide right here, right? Because we're a certain type, and it is hard to find that. Go ahead, Paul.
I'll give you some.
I just want to welcome Dr. Phoenix on. Hey, what's going on, brother?
Greetings, Dr. Phoenix.
What's going on, brothers? How you guys doing this evening?
Good, man.
Good. You got it, Paul. Go ahead.
All right, so I think a couple of quick bottom lines as a summation. The first of which is I think that right now the narrative is kind of being controlled by idiots and losers. That's okay. That's how the world works. But I think what happens is that like you got to keep dipping into that pool, and what will happen is that over time, like, the narrative won't change because of it's the right thing to do or it's the best thing to do for the community or anything like that. It's always about personal self-interest. And if like women think that they can sell a commodity good for greater than its value, they're going to try to do that. But like COVID kind of checked all that stuff because you can't flodge in a club and avoid COVID. So you got to act a little bit more reasonable and add some value. So I think that the bottom line is this. All that's really happening is the narrative is changing from the value that women can extract from men to the value that women can add into a man's life.
Exactly right.
I want to say one thing to that, and then I'm going to step away, and I want to get Dr. Phoenix's take. But I would say that, man, okay, I learned that lesson pre-COVID, right? Because I would say that I had the extractor back in the early 2000s. And then late 2000s into the 2010s, I had the person who was an addition, right? And I can speak to the difference. And the only thing that at this stage of the game, I will only espouse, right, that a brother deal with somebody who's going to be an addition. That's the only thing that I will espouse because I can speak to the difference. You got it, Dr. Phoenix. I'm gonna be right back.
All right. In general, a woman should enhance what's already there. So if you were a brother of discipline and principle, inherently she should enhance that. But this goes back to things I've always said about why it's so important for brothers to at least attempt to go to college, because typically this is where these are those kinds of environments where you tend to find those kinds of women, assuming you're a brother of, of discipline and substance. And so typically, if you ask me, I think in general, just being a man who is disciplined, who is focused, who can get the job done, that inherently eliminate most women from that pool. When, for example, I will use myself for an example. I conduct myself, I carry myself in a certain way that, you may not know what I do for a living or whatever the case may be, but by definition, because of a certain way that I carry myself, I inherently do not attract a certain kind of female. And certainly, the women that get attracted to me tend to be women that I can actually sit down and talk with. And so I think a lot of it just inherently flows from the man himself, and not necessarily. And you will attract that you attract that you which you are. Excuse me.
Man, and the way that I put it is water meets its own level. Period.
Yeah,
Point blank.
Right. Absolutely.
Any chick out there complaining about garbage men, I can almost guarantee you is a garbage chick, because it don't happen where some perfect, intelligent, wonderful person keep attracting losers. No, losers pair up. Period. Point blank.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
No,
Proximity
absolutely seeps his own level. And again, I think again, this goes to why at least the conversations we sort of hear in a broader context, not necessarily on YouTube, but just out in the world in general, whether you're on other social media platforms, why it tends to circle back around to the quality of men versus the quality of women. And again, for most men, and this is kind of why I'm really kind of hard on black men who just have children with women that they that they
I'm gonna tell you what's up, man.
What's going on, brother? Yeah. This is why I'm not very, like I put it, I don't feel a lot of I don't really. It's kind of hard for me to feel some type of pity or remorse or sorry for men who inherently don't understand their own value in relation to this is ultimately the kind of women that you attract. So,
right.
I know MOT's on the panel, so I will, he can speak.
Go ahead, MOT.
Yeah, with this particular, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for having me on Complex. For this particular type of thing, we're putting two groups of people together that inherently don't belong together on purpose. Because you can't put a person who has abused infinite choice with the person who's never had any choices at all. And it doesn't make any sense because everybody's trying to get something out of a relationship that they are not worth and that they don't deserve from people who can't produce it. So for me, there's no reason for the counterpart within the environment to not have somebody at this point, especially when you have infinite choice. I mean, for men, we have to work for our choices. The other counterpart, they don't have to work for their choices and options at all. So for me on this specific and particular issue, the men have all the right to complain because there's a lack of quality. The counterpart doesn't have a right to complain because she's had infinite choice and could have been off the marketplace at any point in time she wanted to. So it's kind of like a zero-sum game here, where everybody think that we're all going to come together and be this one happy family. You know, I keep using the free bunny, the bunny rabbit that comes with the free rattlesnake.
Mm-hmm.
You got to put them in the same bag. You can't separate them, but you have the full intent that both are going to be alive by the time you get home. And that's kind of the situation that we have here. So I don't know, man.
We've been talking about it for 15 minutes. Yeah.
No,
me and
absolutely.
Complex talk about it. Yeah. Go ahead, Phoenix.
No, absolutely. My personal take is that, in relation in the context of the topic of the sapiosexual, again, for men, the principal thing men should understand is that, again, you are who you attract. There's a reason why there's a reason why you consistently see these scenarios where for example men tend to attract low quality women, for example, or women who they are unable to enhance them, or for the matter even forge anything that resembles a functional or productive home. And a part of that is that men themselves have to look within and say, am I truly this person that I'm attracting? And on some level, I think the vast majority of black men know this. I think most black men understand that if I carried myself a certain way, if I moved in these certain circles, that this inherently removes these kinds of women from the equation.
Yeah, but Dr. Finnis, but there's something else. It's the market to which you shop. I mean, we know that you're not gonna get the highest quality meat from a corner store in like a community, versus like a meat shop where they're actually have it come in and they get chopped up and separated in XYZ. But it's still, people are acting like they're getting the highest quality of meat, so to say, in the environment to which they're actually engaging, and then they're having the buyer's remorse as soon as they partake in the actual things within the environment to which they got it, and then they want to complain about the actual quality of it and the actual problems with it. So it's like, at some point, you got to shop at the higher end stores. Like,
exactly
okay,
right.
Yeah, it's like this. I have trucks that do produce, and there are like three types of produce. There's the produce that lasts a while when it goes into the rich communities. There are the produce that lasts a mid-range level of while when it goes into the middle class communities. And then they have the produce that they end up selling to the black community. You could just go clearly to another place, but you have to pay more for it with productivity and time and resources and everything else. But see, everybody is expecting the highest class quality from the lowest quality place, and that's just not how the world works.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
thanks for having me
Yeah,
on.
absolutely right.
No, absolutely, MOT. I think the huge problem here is that people expect high quality with minimal effort.
Exactly right.
And again,
Greetings,
like
Renaissance man.
oh, what's going on, brother? You there, Renaissance?
Yeah. I'm here. I'm sorry.
Oh no, go ahead,
Go
brother.
ahead. Go ahead, Doctor. Finish what you're saying.
No. That was a he Renaissance man. Come on, I can see he can speak.
Okay. Go ahead, Renaissance.
I'm here, you guys. My bad. I just got back. I had to pig out on some chips and guacamole real quick.
I had to let Renaissance speak. Go ahead, Renaissance.
Go, Renaissance man.
Hey, what's up,
Welcome,
panel?
brother. Welcome.
What's up? Now, I just
Okay.
want to quickly add, sort of piggybacking on what Dr. Phoenix was saying. You know, I was on that panel, and we, I think it was a couple weekends ago, and we had sort of it was an open panel that kind of delved into this, and I brought it up once, and I'll bring it up again. You know, Dr. Phoenix talked about looking inside and realizing that you're attracting this. Also, looking inside and realizing that that's what you enjoy. I mean, we talk about women and how they like dysfunctional men, but some men like dysfunctional women. They may not recognize it, or they may not publicly acknowledge it. But some of these guys will really be. I've heard people say it before, like a normal. It's kind of the same thing you've heard from the women. If they have a normal,
Exactly right.
stable relationship, it's boring to them.
Well, Renaissance
It's not
man,
exciting.
Renaissance man, that was the reason why one of the topics that I did on my channel was about the mirror, right? So when we're talking about the sapio position, it's unisex. You can essentially apply it to both genders. That's the beauty of this, right? So
No, very true.
Dysfunction is dysfunction.
Yep.
Matter of fact, I won't divulge too many details, but Johnny Blaze and I have a live stream. Saturday morning.
I think Jay Blaze stepped away for a few minutes.
He stepped away. He said that in the back chat.
Okay, so we have a live stream scheduled for Saturday morning. Speaking to, it's part of our fatherhood series. Let's just put it like that. I don't want to give too many details away, but you have a very good point, and that's the reason why I speak to the relationship position, and this platform speaks to the relationship position from a sapio angle, because you can take what's being said and apply it to both sides.
No, absolutely.
It's applicable to both sides. That's the thing. It's universal. It's common sense based. It's logic and reason based, and those things don't have a gender applied to them in concept and definition. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
So you got it, Dr. Phoenix. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna add. So my general position is based on a few reasons. One, because I've had a considerable amount of college education, so I understand typically the kinds of women you meet in those environments. Two, I don't believe for 1 second that women are not unable to find the kinds of high level, if you will, or cultured men. I use the MOT term. A cultured man. A cultured man.
Go ahead and say it, dude. Go ahead and say it.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Don't stop. Go ahead.
I'm not gonna do that. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'll just say finding cultured men in those environments, that's just impossible. And three, because I've been in healthcare for quite some time, and I typically sort of see the end results of those pairings. So, and what I mean by that, typically, if you have two dysfunctional individuals getting together, obviously they eventually produce progeny that's dysfunctional.
Yeah.
And again, this is what I've seen in my adult life. is that I have seen really the outcomes of that. So that's whether the progeny is in those developmental years, or whether they're a little older, they're in those early teens or in those latter teen years. And when I sat down and talk with them, again, you can kind of hear it. And unfortunately, that mirror scenario is where they, at that age, you really do have to take a really hard look and say, this is really the life I want. Do I want to
Yeah.
repeat the mistakes that my father repeated and stuff like that? Do I want to make those mistakes my mother made? Whatever the case may be. And that level of introspection is where, where ultimately where that, for at least for black males, that's the hard part.
Yeah, I think the thing people don't think about as well too is, when you're growing up, I'm sure everyone on this panel had either parents or people who were of influence in their lives tell them, essentially that you are a reflection of the people who are in your space, your closest confidants. And too many times I think we as black men, I think that advice is thrown out the window when it comes to a relationship.
Exactly right.
I think you have to view it as this is someone you're bringing into your space. And truth be told, when you think about it, if you start looking at a long-term mate, this is someone who you're going to spend more time with than the people who brought you into this world, more time with than your closest friends. They're going to have the largest influence on your life. And I think you just always have to be cautious of that and be cognizant of that.
So
No,
I think it's
absolutely.
I think that those are super powerful points. And it's so funny, man, because like I never try to fake like, I got some elevated mental. I was down in the gutter, man. Like I was a gully cat. And exactly what you said is what occurred to me after time is that like I realized because I have a little bit more of a rough backstory. I'm a cat from Chicago and all this other stuff like that.
Hey,
And I
Paul,
realized that for a minute.
quick. What part of Chicago, bro?
What part?
South Side.
South.
Okay.
So, okay, wait. South side. Okay.
Yes, sir.
My wife was from Roseland.
Okay,
Wow.
word. So
What part?
Interesting. Wow.
Well, you don't have to say. You don't have to say it.
and that's I was actually just getting ready to say that like I'm not trying to be fancy or
Yeah,
nothing,
yeah.
but
No worries. No, but man, I spent 3 years on the South Side, bro. Like it's my second home, man.
so let me
Actually,
tell you something,
the
man.
high
Like
school I went to was actually in the Pullman neighborhood. So it was
Yeah, you was over in Pullman, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it was, which is like the neighborhood right next to Roseland.
Yeah.
Yeah, the school I
South
went
Side
to,
represent.
yeah, the school I went to was actually like the first magnet high school that they opened on the south side of Chicago.
Where's Mike B when we need him?
Back in
He said, what about
Whoa,
Chicago?
what about Chicago?
The irony. That's what
Well, no, it's
conservatives
funny
love to use.
because I grew up on the south side of Chicago. I'll just say I grew up in the Chatham neighborhood. So
Chatham,
anyone from
yeah.
Chicago,
Yeah.
you know what that is.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Paul. You got it, man.
yeah, so like I think that what's important is that it's a journey for everybody, right? Like we all got our times where we out there, trying to be the best in a mating, game or what have you. And then what happens is some of us realize that, no, it ain't really about the game. It's about me. And as soon as you realize that it becomes that it's about you, well, then you run the game however the hell you feel like it. And then the next level is when you find something that is so undeniably attractive as a value proposition, as an ad in your life, that like you like, man, forget every other woman that exists. I can't do it, man. I gotta have this woman in my life. She improves me too much. So, but cats are gonna be at different points along that spectrum. And
Right.
like I never judge the cats that are at the beginning because my wife grew me up in a lot of ways. I was a very childish person. But like when I was running the game, I was cold. But they call it a game for a reason. It's play. And play is practice for actual real life. So I think what's important is that the whole 80s crack era thing,
Mhm.
it kicked the black community in the ass, man. It knocked them to the ground.
It did. It
Mhm.
did.
It did. Sure
And I,
did.
yeah, and I gotta say, I saw it firsthand growing up in LA.
Mhm.
Now, let me speak to what you just said, Paul. Um, when you were talking about the, when you recognize when you need what it is that you need, and that's based on you getting to a certain point in your life. This is why I've always espoused don't even think about having kids till 35.
Exactly right.
This is the reason why I've always said this from day one. We've been doing this stuff. I've been doing the Sapio stuff. I said, listen, don't even think about having children. Minimum 35. Why? Because what you just said. There's going to be a lot of situations and stuff here that you're going to go through, and you're going to get to a certain point where you're going to hit your stride as a man. You're going to lock in right around 32, 33, 34. That's when you're going to lock in. At that point, you should have had enough experience to know what's going to jive and work with you at that point. Okay. So if you found it before then I would say this: at 35, from a professional standpoint, you should have some things going on in terms of like job, business, anything like that established. And then, like I said, 35 is the number. That's when you start. Don't even consider it before then.
That's ironic what Dr. Frances Cress Welsing said. She said
I
black men
agree
should
with you,
father.
Smith.
She said black men should not father any kids before 35,
Dude,
and no more
yeah.
than two, no more than, I believe she said three, at least 3 years apart or something like that.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. My whole thing was 35, right? 2 years apart, and I was only having two. I had one right. Well, after 35, it was after I turned 30. It was 35, but after I turned 35. So between 35 and 36, but I only ended up having one at 43. No more. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to add to that by saying there's a very good reason for that, which I 100% agree with. A man should not consider having children until they're at least 35. And part of the reason, and you see this a lot, you get a lot of guys who had children when they were very young, then that relationship doesn't work out, then they move on, then they get older and they move on, and then they have children typically with a younger woman. And so now you have this massive age gap between children. So you have
Wow.
children, you got one child that's, still in diapers, and then you got another child that's about damn near off to college.
Now,
Yep.
Dr. Phoenix. Oh, I want to say something to that after you finish.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that, believe it or not, that's actually a form of an ace.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Those
really?
Wait. Can you actually say what that acronym means?
So adverse childhood experiences or events, whichever one you choose. So this is a framework that was designed many, many years ago that basically discuss things that happen during childhood that actually influences your makeup into adulthood. So things like parents divorcing, one parent incarcerated, parents that on drugs, moving from home to home. You're in a single parent household. You're in a household where you have split. There's split parental duties. You live with one parent one week. You live with a parent another week. Whatever the case may be. You're not financially in a financially insecure household. You're in a food insecure household. You're in a neighborhood that's food insecure, financially, a neighborhood that's financially insecure. There's a whole bunch of things. Practically anything you guys can think of under that umbrella will be considered an ace for the most part.
Right.
Um,
Anything that adversely affects them.
yeah. And so oftentimes, and you see this quite often, and certainly I've heard this discussed at least by some women, where they have a lot of resentment towards their fathers because their fathers had them when they were young, but then went off and got with a young lady around age and had a whole nother family.
Well,
and I think that's one of the most destructive things that brothers can do.
Right.
Exactly right.
No,
It's like
just I just
You got
wanted
it,
to
go ahead.
quickly ask Dr. Phoenix for clarity. So it's not the gap in children; it's the fact that they've had a gap and it's multiple, it's different women.
Yeah,
the
because
children.
inherently, children are competitive, so inherently, children want to vie for attention.
there's a
It's kind of hard.
hierarchy.
It's hard to be a father. That's why I don't believe no guy that has more than 2 or 3 children that says he's a good father. That inherently that is an
Yeah.
oxymoron. You
Right.
can't be a father and you got 4 or 5 plus children because you don't have enough time.
Well-
And inherently, what happens is that children become resentful.
Yeah,
And they carry
Jesse
that
got a
resentment
question.
into adulthood.
yeah, and
Yeah,
I was
I'll-
going to say the reason you had those large families was purely because of the agrarian society and people wanted their kids to work for them.
Exactly.
Well,
Jesse's got a question.
What was that? You said, should men marry a woman without
Exactly.
giving her? Wait, I'm sorry. Should men marry a woman without her giving him a children? That depends. Do you want one? Yeah, I mean, if you want one, then the answer is no. Especially if you don't have any, right? If you don't have any and you want some, then the answer is no. If you don't have any and you're pretty much you're kind of like, okay, if she wants one, fine. If she doesn't want one, fine. Then it shouldn't matter. Go ahead, Dr. Phoenix.
I was just gonna add, typically, when you and I kind of hate to go there with this, and I think this is kind of the grand mistake Black men make as fathers, where they don't tell their sons the truth. They don't tell their daughters the truth neither, but in general, black males are not honest with younger Black males. And part of that honesty is that, yes, you're better served, and you see this with other groups. Other groups pair together young in life. They pair their young people together young in life. So when they're in typically those college years, they're paired in that period. And why? They can spend years together, having dated, then getting married, and then spend years more together, and then they have children when exactly they want to have children. I think, and this goes back to this whole family planning and how this is just completely turned on its head in Black society, where the cart comes before the horse.
Exactly right.
You're right. And I try to be an example. I try to speak as an example to what you're talking about.
Hey,
And
so
I was gonna quickly add too. Another thing when we were talking about the age, and Dr. Phoenix, you can verify this, and it may have even changed now, but I've heard men's brains aren't even fully developed till roughly 25.
Exactly right. That's
no,
facts.
and that's true of young people in general, not just men, but
Young people in general.
women as well. Yeah, your brain
It's so binary when you say that, like 25.
I'm trying to remember the exact part of the brain here. You got a little brain fart, but
okay, go ahead.
nonetheless, this is typically why you don't. Typically, one of the major reasons why people caution against healthcare professionals caution against using antidepressants against people under 25. Because that reason, because it tends to have the opposite effect, because there's still that development of the brain that doesn't completely mature until you're around 25, 26 years of age. And so again, for younger people, and again, that's also, if you also notice, that's also the period too in which once you hit 25, 26, those insurance premiums start to go down. If you have, and there's a good reason, because you're maturing, and once you get to that point, you're less likely to make those impulse decisions, and you're not engaging in more dangerous activities. You're more measured in what you do.
Wait, you mean that whole like that whole carousel thing they talk about stuff, and then the P and the P and D stuff that they talk about.
Or the wall.
Yeah, you mean all those things?
Yeah, and again,
Yeah.
and part of that, and the other part of that too is that I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there, but I
Hey,
would just.
I'm just saying, as if there's no sort of correlation, right?
No, there's a
I
direct
mean, good God.
biological, physiological, and psychological correlation.
That's
with
what
all.
I mean. It's not as if
and
it's not
sometimes
as if this is
it
some
can be
sort of.
genetic too.
Well, no. It's psychological, right? Because we all
Yeah.
go through these developmental phases. Every human does it. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, how much of a mystery is this really? Right?
Well, again, that's why we use the.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say that's why we use the term in healthcare psychosocial.
Psychosocial.
Wow.
Oh,
man.
That's a cool
psychosocial.
term.
That's interesting that you put the social
Psychosocial. I have to
at
look
the
that
end of
up.
the
Yeah.
psychosocial term, given that the title of this live stream is women, media, men, women, and social media. Why psychosocial, Dr. Phoenix?
Because simply put, your psychology generally influences your social.
Exactly.
Oh, you don't
and
say.
a good representation of that is one. I'm talking about those cases. But also, too, if you go to the CDC and just really quickly, if you go there, you will see that they actually have this pyramid that's really sort of like a reverse Maslow hierarchy of needs. And so again, that's what all of that follows, that Maslow hierarchy of needs. Understanding
what's it called? What's it called?
It's called if you go just put in ACEs and you'll see it under the CD issue. The CDC should be like the first one or two.
Okay, hold on. Let's see here.
Entries you see.
So you said it was a pyramid?
Yeah. So yeah. Hold on. Let me.
Oh wait. Wait. Let's see here. Is early death, disease, adoption, social, emotional, adverse child. That one?
Yeah. You got to show your screen. I can't see it, brother.
Okay.
I
Wait.
think
Hold on 1 second. We don't have any feedback, do we?
No, we're good, man.
Okay.
No,
This
we're
one?
all good.
This one?
Yeah. Actually, yes.
Okay. So go ahead.
So yeah, if you look at this pyramid, this is pretty much the Maslow hierarchy of needs. So again, those adverse childhood experiences, those ACEs, actually forms the base of that pyramid.
Yeah.
And from there, everything else develops. So if you look at the Maslow hierarchy of needs pyramid, at the very base level of that is what?
Adverse childhood experiences.
Well, no, I'm talking about the Maslow. If you look at Maslow hierarchy of needs, the pyramid for that one, if you, maybe you can, yeah. If you look at that one,
hold on.
Yep.
So let me pull it up. There you go.
Yep. So you see at the very base of that physiological needs.
Right.
So again,
breathing, food, water, homeostasis, excretion.
So if you see the one related to ACEs is actually the complete reverse. So at the top for Maslow, you see self-actualization, and at the top for ACEs, early death.
Is death.
Yes.
Yes, I see it.
So they're the complete reverse of each other. And it's showing, and what that pyramid that they did, that Kaiser pyramid that they did for the CDC, what you're seeing is that this is the whole point of that is to show that ACEs influences your overall outcome in life.
Right.
So not just being exposed to it early in life, but also as the more of them you're exposed to, the more likely the outcome will lead to early death. So that can either be through, violent means, intrapersonal violence among Black men, for example. You're engaging more risky behavior.
Yeah.
So,
disease. Yes.
Since you're going along those lines, I want to ask a very specific question. I mean, so with all these ACE factors here, would that tie into basically why Black culture it seems to have the tendency to normalize these things?
I would say yes.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
I would say yes. You know,
If you're exposed at a very early age.
yes, this is part of that psychosocial dysfunction you see, where for young children, they're indoctrinated into this early. And again, they're if you look at a lot of the psychological studies that psychologists have done on children, childhood psychologists have done on children, you can see that a child's psychology is typically locked in by the time they're 7, 8 years of age.
Right. So
and
now
they've been able to predict with damn near 100% certainty what your outcome will be.
Okay, so now let's take this back to the title of the live stream. If because now I want to say, are people being socialized in the social media?
Oh, absolutely. There's an indoctrination process.
Good answer.
But I also believe too, it's easier to indoctrinate people if the seeds weren't already there to begin with.
Right.
See,
I look at social media as sort of like a magnification of because look, it's very easy to kind of like argue a stereotype, right, or dispel a myth. Hold on one second here. It's very easy to kind of do that, but then it's something else when it's being discussed on a platform when there's 15,000 people listening.
Yeah.
Right. And so what we're talking about is a force multiplier. And what is this force multiplier? Social media. On a one-on-one basis, right? Or in a group or a crowd of people. It's a bit easier. It's a bit easier to have rational, sensible dialogue, right? It's a lot easier from a face-to-face standpoint to be able to have a conversation with someone and suss out, the logic. But in a social media environment where people are hidden behind avatars, we have snazzy names, we have monetization, we have all these incentives to actually stick to a talking point and sell it wholesale. Right? And then we have to then analyze all of the 15,000 people plus who are listening, right? And what is their psychological disposition? What are they taking all this for? Is this purely entertainment? Because if it's entertainment, that's dangerous. If they're taking it all as truth, I would posit to say that's, I don't know, even more dangerous.
Complex.
Go ahead, Johnny.
Go ahead. You guys go ahead.
You said something earlier when you first started the stream. You said basically art imitates life, but what we're seeing here now is we're watching life actually imitate the art
or social media in this matter, because I don't know if this is art.
It's not art, but I mean, I think the same concept.
Well, that was what I said, right? I would say like let's take the whole art imitating life imitating art axiom, but let's replace art with social media.
Right. And what I'm seeing now is, as we look at that, people are going to social media for their cues now. That's become their standard. Okay, this is the minimum standard that the average person has to follow now. I mean, just look at how we communicate through Facebook, through all these different things. I mean, when you got to post what you had for breakfast on social media, something's wrong.
Oh my God, that drives me goddamn insane.
Okay. I mean, let's really think about it. Hey, just got dressed today. Hey, just went for my morning walk today. Just did. I'm like, do you have no one else to really talk to?
That's exactly the issue. Yes, that's exactly the issue. And people don't interact with people in real life, Johnny.
Right.
That's
and
the way
now
it is.
You have access to, thousands upon thousands of people to know what it is about you. But yet, at the end of the day, these folks, they don't know you. They really have no vested interest in you. But yet, there seems to be this, I don't know, I want to say there's like this pull to like put all your information out here for the world to see.
That's exactly right. And it's just like you see in Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, any of it. MySpace was the very first that did it before they had policies, in law and legislation. And now they gotten stricter, since Google and YouTube is, big now, they watch everybody and make sure no one's trying to put personal information out there. But if you do anything stupid, it's there forever. I don't care if you're a prostitute or whatever, or a male one at that. It's a wrap for you. And Instagram won't let you put naked pictures on there because they already got a policy right now to these models. They said, look, if you show your naked body one more time, we're going to delete your page because we're not having it. They with that Disney stuff right now because they in that lawsuit with Zuckerberg and them. So he's stressing out the government trying to tell him, look, you got to pay taxes if you don't do this and add more policies. It falls in line with this conversation. Like, hey, what you going to do when they try to shut it down?
Well, that's why OnlyFans exists, right? So that you can,
exactly.
You can monetize it the right way.
Yeah.
No, you said something very, very interesting a few moments ago. The entertainment aspect. And I think this is a very dangerous paradigm when Black folks just chalk everything up, especially Black men. This is very dangerous for Black men. When you chalk everything up to, oh, this is just entertainment, people are here to be entertained. No, it is a very disarming process. When you say something is entertainment, by definition, it disarms people because they do not look at something with a critical eye.
Exactly. Critical thinking is lost.
This is how it becomes so easy. This is how it becomes so easy to indoctrinate entire groups of people. I'll tell you this as a personal set aside because I've come across over the last few years. I've come across younger Black folks who, they say they want to go into healthcare. They want to go into, they're maybe considering medical school or going into nursing or something like that. And I say, well, let me see your Instagram. What do you post on your What do you post on your Instagram? And because I say you understand that you're talking about going into these programs, they look at your Instagram, they look at your social media.
Yeah.
And you can't, if you're sitting up here posting every place you go to, every moment, every second of the day, yeah, that's nice, but you can't do that if you were a physician or a nurse, for example. You can't do that.
Exactly right.
But hey, Dr. Phoenix, my aunt who's a nursing director, like they've had problems with people being like posting on social nurses, like young ones posting on social media while they're at work, or like one time there's this guy who was local in the town, really well known, and people were like tweeting or posting on Facebook about his like, oh, he's in critical condition now and this and that, and they're like, you can't do that, like that's HIPAA violations.
Well, I've known medical students who've almost gotten kicked out of medical school for that. I've known nursing students who got kicked out of nursing school for that. I would tell you this much. Nursing in relation to medicine, for example, nursing is far less forgiving, believe it or not, than medicine. Because you have to work so hard for it to get there. They'll overlook a couple of stupid mistakes, but nursing, very unforgiving. You do something that violates HIPAA, you make a post on your, and it gets back to the administration, to the
exactly right,
or whatever. Yep. Like they're gonna
it's a wrap. Yep, it's a wrap.
And when I meet young people, I try to make this very clear to them. If this is the path you want to go down, you have to get really serious about what it is you're posting. If you're gonna use your Instagram to talk about whatever profession you're trying to get into or you're in, do it like how you see a lot of these other influencers do, where they're using it to promote. They're talking about stuff like, okay, this is how you get into PA school, or this is how you get into, I don't know, nurse practitioner school, whatever. You use it to sort of build your brand, if you will. Not use it so you can post, well, yeah, I'm sitting in ICU with patient XYZ, and they're about to die in like the next 20 minutes.
Damn.
No.
Oh shit.
Damn.
Yeah.
I had a student last year, man. She was at the clinical site in the bathroom posting that she was bored. Now somehow, man,
this crap happens.
And man, they called me up, and I had to, boot her out of that site. I mean, It's oh god, it was so bad, man. I mean, just because now that made us look bad at the school.
Yeah, because these schools have to have contracts with these clinical sites.
Yes, sir.
So that the students can go to those clinical sites. And if you got students out here doing silly crap like that, yeah, it doesn't just make the school look bad. Now you got this wherever you're doing your clinical at, you got them looking bad, and it's just not a good look, period. And so yeah. And
it's just like a reputation thing. They don't want that to be ruined.
The ability to send students to those sites, to those clinical
absolutely
sites. Because you got students doing dumb crap.
I got to go in there and apologize to the site. I mean, I threw this girl on clinical probation. I was actually, and I was looking at actually possibly kicking her out. I mean, because I had her like going there, do like write apology letters to these folks, because she couldn't go back to that particular site anymore, and she still never passed her boards.
That's a shame.
You know what? I'm wholesale resisting the urge to not spew all the jokes that I have. But I am gonna step away for a few minutes. You guys go ahead and just continue the convo, man. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's just a reputation thing, like the incidents y'all have, and that's just a sign of the youth. They just don't care. See, I'm in my early 30s, and I see this all the time. And they talk about they want to go to these professions. I said, well, you better delete these shits right now, because they ain't gonna let they hospitals or engineering jobs going under wraps, especially if it's corporate. I mean. It's ridiculous.
Again,
that's I was gonna say that. I know Dr. Phoenix was talking about healthcare, but that's any profession. They are checking your social media, and they told us specifically when I was coming out of undergrad looking for a job to clean your social media. And I know some of the sororities even told the sorority sisters to keep theirs clean. That was like a policy.
They ain't gonna do it.
Yeah.
So I know at the school, one of the career folks was showing me they have a website that they go to and they type your name in, and basically it links all of your social media stuff together, and that's how they go through and review the stuff.
Damn.
Without your knowledge.
Yeah, no, and again, in the greater context of the topic here, all of these things are when you have a group of people where an entire generation where their life pretty much exists within an online space, you create this inability for you to form social relationships with people. And so all of your social relationships are formed through these digital connections, not really anything in person. And for example, if you're in healthcare, you have to be able to have these really interpersonal relationships with patients. You have to be able to form that.
Yeah.
And so again, if you're dealing with an entire generation where the way to communicate is through social media, the tweet or whatever, that just becomes a non-starter from the get-go. So.
I'm going to ask a question, and I just thought about this. Have since you're in med school, have you seen an uptick in folks going into mental health just because of all the social media things happening?
You want me to keep it honest with you? Most medical students run from mental health because
that's needed in this. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a catch-22. In some ways, you can make a very decent living. In other ways, people just don't want to deal with that. To be really frank. And this is kind of the reason why you see a lot of nurse practitioners in the area of mental health practice have just exploded, and why they make so much damn money doing it, because you just medical students in general, they run from that. I mean, if you think of a bunch of type A people that are trying to become physicians, they already running around with their chickens with their heads cut off. It's already hyper competitive. You kind of create these sort of people that are just, I just say hyper competitive for sure. And when you're thinking about taking people on as sort of as a mental health provider, if you're a psychiatrist or something like that, And I just think that so much of what happens in mental health is very subjective. And a lot of what you're seeing now is that social media has really pushed kind of, you know, not really the issue of mental health to the forefront, but really the issue about, in my opinion, I would say a lot of people just have issues adjusting to reality.
Right.
And that in of
Right.
itself has become really a reason to say people have a mental health disorder. And I'm like, no, people need a real adjustment to reality. If men understand that there are very real consequences for not being able to choose the right partner,
Exactly right.
and women don't understand that, because you can get on Instagram or wherever and you can see any number of posts at any given time of the day about, well, men this, men that. At the end of the day, you know, for someone to come along and say, well, you know, this is not true, you need to look at yourself. Again, you know, a lot of these things kind of get chalked up to conditions like GAO, generalized anxiety disorder.
Yeah.
If you ask me, man, I just think you end up going down this bottomless well whenever you get into mental health, and it's so subjective, and so most med students run from it. They rather just go do something. Look, if I do this, this patient shows up. This patient shows up with a potentially a ruptured appendix. I know I just need to go in, do this laparoscopic surgery, get their appendix out in like 10 minutes, fix them up, send them to an ICU, let them recover. They'll be recovered in about a week. You know, that's you know, folks much rather deal with stuff that is straightforward. But once you get into the realm of mental health, it really is a rabbit hole, man. You just kind of just
run. Yeah.
When you say mental,
go ahead, Johnny.
No, I was going to quickly ask and say, when you say mental health, does that include like psychiatrists?
Sorry.
Yeah. Now psychiatrists, though some of them do it,
because you need an MD, don't you? Okay, yeah, I thought you needed an MD because you're prescribing medicine in that.
That's the major difference between psychiatrists. Psychiatrists, PAs, and NPs, they can prescribe. Now, when you get into like clinical psychologists, your licensed therapists and stuff like that, they can't prescribe. They just do general they just do therapy, if you will. But they can't prescribe medications. Only PAs, NPs, and MDs can do that. But in general, like I said, it's just really one of these subjective things. You know, again, you see, I mean, I'm sure you guys have been following this for the past year, you know, since the start of the virus, that you've seen where the number of people seeking mental health services has just exploded.
Shot up. Yeah. All over Georgia too. Yeah.
And arguably, I think, you know, that is with good reason. Again, you know, many people have lost their jobs, lost their livelihoods. Yes, that puts a lot of stress on, not just physical stress, but a lot of mental stress on them. But then again, prior to this pandemic, we've also seen that mental health disorder becomes sort of this blanket thing that, at least in my opinion, I've heard a lot of black folks throw this out. Black folks tend to throw this out in general, just becomes this blanket reason for why everything happens.
Yeah.
And I think it kind of really truly undersells the fact that, you know, people out here do have legitimate issues with depression. People do have bipolar disorder, stuff like that. You know, people have stuff, but giving people these, especially, you know, since this is a sapiosexual talk
conversation,
you do typically see black women get diagnosed with GAO, generalized anxiety disorder. And in my opinion, it's just so broad. It is so broad. You really don't. And typically, once you start to really delve into a lot of these backgrounds, you really see some maladaptive behavior patterns and maladaptive behaviors in general, and just many issues with adjusting to reality, if you will.
Yeah, you see it a lot in this current space, not in our space, but the other one. They have problems, mental problems. They talk about they take this and that. And the sad part, it's basically internet, like dealing with reality. But you got doctors and experts on YouTube everywhere. They're doing Zoom and StreamYards. And I told my mom, like, she has a psychologist, got all these, you know, titles, but she was a flight nurse in Desert Storm. But
Oh, wow.
anyways, yeah, and helping my mom with her anxiety and the thyroid issue, and try to tell, look, you got to do this and this, and start worrying about, your marriage. It's almost like 40 years in their marriage, probably in 2024. See, they would been married since '84. So yeah, because see, my dad would probably be 71 that year. But anyways, but my mom met this doctor. They had a lot in common in the medical industry, and I mentioned that in the last stream we talked about this, and it's just like what you're saying. She kept saying the mental health's gonna go up. I said, Mom, it's gonna be like that when people have a lot of anxiety, stress, how they gonna work day to day. The jobs that won't come back from automation and AI. Like this channel has talked about. So it's like you got to prepare, but are you willing to make the discipline changes? And it kind of put people in a weight loss situation. Like everybody's buying all the exercise bikes. I heard Nagone said that on a other live stream. I'm like, wow.
Oh, I have
this getting bad. Yeah. He said that. He said that himself in New York. He said, they looking bad. He said that last year. I started laughing. I was like, wow, really? That's what's going on up there? I said, yep. I'm talking about the same thing y'all talking about. The mental health. It needs to be discussed in the black community, or should I say populace?
No,
but they're afraid to talk about it. Go ahead, Johnny.
No, hey man, I was gonna I'm saying ask, but have any of y'all heard, or Dr. Smith, you may have heard this, have they come up with social media addiction yet?
I think they have.
I'm pretty sure that diagnosis.
They already have. Yeah.
I would imagine they probably would have put that in the latest edition of the DSM. So yeah. DSM-5.
They probably have.
I would imagine it's in there. I mean, again, that's kind of where I'm kind of really where really did this, because like I put it, I'm trying to say this without being as demeaning as I can, because I think Black folks really tend to short sell mental health disorders, because I mean I've seen scenarios and certainly heard stories from other folks in healthcare who have said like, yeah, these folks, you got folks just acting crazy out here just because they want to get a check. Folks out here, folks going in acting like they done lost their damn mind because, you just want to get a few dollars from Social Security or something like that. And I don't know if I can. And yes, I'm pretty sure there is an addiction for social media. I'm sure there is. I haven't studied it in depth, so
I think Black Dev said the answer. He said it's in China, social media addiction. Oh,
yeah, well, there was a woman. She was one of these Instagram models, and this.
Lord.
I read the story. This woman she went about $15,000 in debt, just flying around, taking pictures of herself, buying clothes, things that she couldn't afford, just to keep up the appearance.
That's a damn shame.
I've heard that's pretty common. I mean, I don't have
common.
Instagram.
I know it's common. I
don't either.
But I've heard. I had a friend who was telling me, he's like, yeah, there are people who do that, literally go in debt, spending money to show off for the Instagram.
What they do. Yeah.
There's
I use it as an entertainment account though. The Instagram that I use. I watch them and they just act foolish.
You guys, if you want to see that like hyper, like insane on steroids, look at the Chinese online influencer market, right? Like it's the American market, but with 1.5 billion people. It's insane. There was a news article about this group of influencers that were pooling their money to buy high ticket items, and then they would trade them amongst themselves, like to pretend that they had things. Like 15 of them would get together and rent a very expensive suite, and they'd all go in there, and, when they had their little turn to take their pictures and stuff like that. But so I think that this whole arc is going to get even more insane before it's over, man.
Yeah, it's selling an image. It's selling an image and selling a lifestyle to a whole nother level.
Right.
All right. Okay. How many of you guys are over the age of 40?
I'm not. I'm like 32.
Okay. All right. Okay. So there was a TV show that was really popular. I want to say the late 80s, early 90s. It's called Max Headroom.
I think I heard of that. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Okay. So But the whole point of the show was that the television networks were all about getting the ratings of people. So they would put on any and everything to keep your mind, you glued to the daggone television set.
Mm-hmm.
And literally, this is what we're describing is this. People are doing any and everything to keep you glued to your phone, to your computer, watching these folks.
Yep.
This is nuts, man.
Yeah, it's just like
check this
entertainment.
out. I think that it's really important to take a step back and look at a couple of things. Number one is I think that there is actually a lot of really good news about it, because 10 years ago in the Black community, you say anything about mental health and they completely dismissive of it. But they're growing up. It's becoming more of a thing. And the second is this. From a technology perspective and a business perspective and an investment perspective, man, let me tell you something. If you want to change hearts and minds, you do not go out and make an argument. If you want to change hearts and minds, what you do is you buy into the platforms that people will like engage with the most. And then you can basically steer the conversation wherever the hell you want it, right? So my thinking on that is this. What's going to happen in the next, call it 5 years, call it 10 years, maybe shorter time than that, because COVID didn't slow things down. COVID sped it up.
Exactly.
What's going to happen is that the people that own stock in Tesla, Apple, Microsoft, the platforms that people engage with to actually get their news and information, like these are privately owned companies, or even the public ones. Like the board gets to decide. Like if you just wanted to completely tune out somebody's opinion, you're perfectly welcome to do it. So I think what'll happen is that as Black and brown people, let's just be real, get more money, then the decisions that they make actually affect the conversation as a whole. Because in the real world, if you ain't got no money, don't nobody really care what your opinion is.
Exactly right. Yeah. And it's going to change real soon. Like that's a big adjustment. And I mean, like in the real world, everything's going to be digital, in person, like the technology that we're using online, everything becomes digital. And then it's going to be like automatic, the cars, like we talked about on this stream about the sim world and all that, that's going to be years off. But 5 to 10 years from now, oh yeah, people are going to be forced to make changes they're going to have to live with, especially in this country, in the U.S. So go ahead, Dr. Phoenix.
No, I was just going to add that, and that was pretty much what I was alluding to earlier, is that, when you look at this, the context of sapiosexual of this talk, and what I was alluding to earlier is that it's such a way in at least when you're looking at these interpersonal dynamics between Black men, Black women, for example, and how much of that is truly driven by interactions on social media. Whether that's, you get one, it could be like something that I was actually hip to, and this is for the brothers that are 40 plus. So the actress, what's her name? I got hip to this last night, actually. The actress, what's her name? Regina Hall, I believe her name is. Yeah. So she just turned 50 recently, and so she put up a video on Instagram, a song, and you can't really repeat it here, but I got my yeah, and I'll put it this way: it was brought to my attention last night. This video she put up, and basically it's a song. And you guys can go look her up on Instagram right now. You can see the song for yourself. You can hear it.
I don't need
to. and she just, now this is a woman that, as far as I know of, is unmarried. I don't think she's ever been married. And woman, even at her age, she's still pretty easy on the eyes, and certainly in her youth. Certainly in her youth, she was, always easy on the eyes. And
I look at the character, I say, what is she like for a personal conversation?
The reason I bring her up is because she actually she did this song basically talking about how she's still a catch, and all these things related to her sexual skills, if you will.
Mm.
and you had a bunch of women in the comment section, you know, cheering us on, and you got dudes in the section like, "Are you serious? She's 50. This is a woman that's at the very least premenopausal." I mean, this woman's almost old enough to be some, you know, you all's mother. She's old enough to be you all's mother, and certainly for some, she's damn near old enough to be my mother. She's not that much younger than my mother. and again, it's just like it's one of these deals where, like, yeah, you know, you see how social media really influences these interpersonal interactions, and so much of that is really what contributes to really this low emotional intelligence that Black folks tend to have, especially when it relates to those interpersonal relationships between Black men and Black women, and certainly there's this inability for Black folks to really come together and to have these pair bond. And certainly this is true among younger, this is probably even more true among younger Black people, because, you know, you got the whole, you know, the whole Netflix and chill culture, which,
yeah,
ironically, you probably wouldn't want to be doing it during the pandemic, but, you know, Black folks do riskier stuff.
Okay, Paul lost his connection. Okay. He got it fixed. All right. Go ahead.
No, but the point of what I'm getting at simply is that, you know, when I made the statement about psychosocial, that's essentially what that is getting to. Essentially, how you have psychology that gets not just forged, or it's often reinforced within social media, and then that in turns kind of influences not just these individual psychologies, but really this group dynamic, this group think.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the conversation is like good. He came up with the topic, and I just had to jump in, put my 2 nickels in the pot. You know, it's just like we summed up from previous streams, and it need to be said, you know, in this space, that's what we represent. And then, of course, tech, geopolitics, and technocratic, you know, thoughts, or the future, you know, it's leaning towards that way anyway in the 21st century. So I'm not really tripping off of anybody's opinions over this. I mean, this is where we at. I mean, if you want to stop all this recklessness, what we do in the community, well, you're going to have a discernment. What he said about that the single father's video with him and Johnny, and that's a very good deal if you want to be successful. Now, unsuccessful man, he already knows he's destroyed. You know, MOT mentioned all the time, the uncultured man, he's finished. You know, they just want a second childhood.
And I think that was I think that was really kind of sort of the beauty of that discussion that Johnny Blaze and Complex started, because you know, here are 2 Black men that are single fathers that are very honest about their experiences.
Yeah. You never really hear that side of it, though.
You don't see Black men, especially Black men who are fathers, who are really honest especially with younger Black men.
Yeah, brutally honest. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not been easy, man. You know what a lot of people were thinking. You know, when I was single, they're like, you know, the first thing a lot of people talk about, you're gonna get so much play now. Like, that was the furthest thing from my mind. You know, and even when I did want, you know, go out there and start like dating around, man, it was because I've been married about 17 years when I became a widow. All of my dating experience was from like the early 90s. You know, I'm 48. I'm sorry, 47. I'll be 48 here in a few months.
Okay.
And I'm sure the mentality is just different when you have a son. As far as picking a woman, it's like, this is it's a lot different from just when you're a single guy and okay, she may just be some fun, or you know, no, this is someone that is going to be my son's life.
Well, this is what we had talked about, Johnny and I. My bad, y'all. I'm back. This is what Johnny and I talked about on the first fatherhood live stream we did. We're going to have part 3 of our series this Saturday.
Yep.
But the first one, we talked about it particularly from the position of widowed single fathers, and that's where it's actually even more difficult. And that's where I've found it at this stage of the game. I have found it to be I don't know. I've found it to be gosh, challenging to say the least. I think really what you have to deal with is emotional disposition, because when you've become, like, especially if you've gone through a situation where you lost a spouse to death, there's depending on how it goes, depending on how you come out of the other side of it, you've either emotionally, either you've gotten a level of sophistication that most people don't have, or you've succumbed to the experience. Johnny, would I be wrong in this assessment here?
No, you right on. I mean, you're spot on, man. And everybody's going to come out of it somewhat different. And I think that's what you're basically saying.
Yeah.
But but I have noticed something though. When we come out of this thing, there's certain kind of women who try to like gravitate toward men in our unique position. You're either going to have those who are going to try to want to fix you,
try to change you, yeah.
Or those.
No. When he says fix, he's being trust us on this. He's being very specific.
I'm trying to say the word okay. Yes, I'll see what you.
Yeah. Or you're going to have the one who wants to come in and literally try to basically ready-made family, just add mommy.
Yes.
And then you may just have the one, they don't necessarily want to be with you, but they realize you're a parent, you're responsible.
Yeah.
You're stable.
You're stable.
Yeah.
And I'll use
that word.
Being, yeah.
Wait. Finish up, Johnny. What'd you say?
No, I'm saying, like you said, yeah, you're stable. So they'll want to hang out with you for the time being. And then I think the one thing we said was the friends of friends. I have a lot of friends who always wanted to hook me up. But of course, they always wanted to give me like what I call the fixer-upper women.
Oh, hell. I hate that shit. Yeah.
I like an intelligent woman. I absolutely do, but understand I still have my visual side.
That's where people get it twisted about. That's where they get it twisted about Sapio shit.
Yeah, like, that's right.
I want both. I want an intelligent, beautiful woman. Why can't I have that?
You can.
You can.
That's the thing.
You can. It doesn't exist. It's just a concept. Yeah.
Oh my God. Hey, Richard. I'll just say, hey, Richard, what's going on, bro? Welcome,
Richard.
How you doing, brother?
Okay, wait. He's getting his mic together. Go ahead, Dr. Phoenix.
I was just gonna say you guys are absolutely correct, because I think the idea of sapiosexual people get it confused with asexual.
Thank you.
Well, I want to quickly add too. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but to me, like sort of what I mean, it's a little bit of a stereotype, but what you see with Asian females.
Oh, we got some echoing bad.
We have echoing again.
Am I still echoing?
No, it's okay. Hold on a second. Hold on. I think Richard's still getting his thing together. Let me know if we've got echo. Oh, wait. What about now?
I think we're good.
That's actually why I muted. I actually thought I had brought the echo. So
okay.
But are we all good?
We're good.
Okay,
we're good.
You know what? I think I might have figured this out with StreamYard. I think I might have figured out a little quirk here. I think I might have figured something out. Okay, we're all good. Go ahead, Renaissance Man.
No, I was just going to quickly say it's kind of a stereotype, but to me, it kind of is the appeal of an Asian female in the sense of you have this woman who has this feminine archetype, but is also one of the more educated groups of women as well. So it's managed both. It's sort of, you could take that archetype and apply it to other women.
Right.
Yeah. Guys, let me tell you something, man. Like, I think that there is a real crisis in the Black community because of like the shockwaves that went through like a bunch of Black males getting killed and incarcerated over, drug wars, which was just a war on Black people. But here's the thing, man. Crisis actually begets opportunity. And I think what's going to happen here in the next 5 or so years, again, I think it actually got sped up over COVID, is that thought leading groups like this actually will get to redefine what the Black community is. Yeah. Because if you let people, they will try to sell you a vision on what you are. And what you are will serve their needs best, not yours.
Yeah. So, and that's happened to us big time.
Yeah. Solon Black mentioned that too. He mentioned that in a recent video. He did get a master teacher.
I want to ask
Go
you.
ahead,
I mean, this for the panel, really. But I actually think you touched on this before. But I want to bring this angle. All these signs that I'm showing, it's showing steps to a gradual end, which is transhumanism. The sets in VR that's starting to happen in VR chat worlds. Sex dolls. The decline of sex in Japan, all the gender wars here. I look at all these are just signs heading to that destination. Like, what y'all think about that?
I agree with that, right? I don't see that that's not actually the case. I don't think that that's wholesale applicable to everyone though, right? Because what I don't see is myself adopting a sex doll or anything like that.
I was gonna... me neither. But I'm just saying the combination of all these various, things that's going on in the world now. Like we even got where they can grow. I mean, you can grow humans now, basically.
Well, I was gonna say,
like all these. You got CRISPR.
Well, we're right.
I'm just throwing stuff out there to give you an idea overall what's going on from a high level.
Right, and
you add all this together,
and with all of that, humans also have the ability to do what it is that goes along with what it is that they desire, right? So it would be like, I guess if you kind of don't want to do the human thing, then I guess you're going to go ahead and just opt for the sex doll robo sexual companion replacement, right? Because what we don't want to do is somehow do the intelligent thing and figure out how it is that humans were actually designed by the we won't go there. Let's just say that though you were designed to actually be compatible with a female, right? That's why there's a vagina, penis, and all that, right? Now, what we've gone into this fourth industrial realm here, where now we're basically fused. People may not understand this, but we are already infused with the technology. Now, you have two positions to take on this. Either you determine how it is that you're integrating with the technology, or the technology will swallow you. You have one or two options.
Yeah, see, that's a good point. But my thing, from what I'm seeing, like I'm seeing some crazy stuff in VR.
Well,
yeah, but they are getting completely molded by the technology.
I know.
But let me ask you this:
you've seen, but wait, hold on. You've seen crazy things in the realm of like psychosexual practices and desires and stuff has always been there. It's the reason why you have sex cults, for example, right? So that's all been there. The only thing it's done is it's gone digital. Go ahead, Renaissance Man.
No, I was just going to quickly ask, how real is the gender war outside of this small sector of YouTube?
Oh, I think it's certainly present outside of YouTube, because I
should say in the greater I should say in the greater society, I guess, not just in certain segments of the Black community and the greater society.
Yeah, I've actually had to check a few Black females that were medical students that try to, how can I put it, show you up.
Okay.
So it's certainly there. And you know, and based on a complex, you know, I kind of get images of what's the movie with Sylvester Stallone and Wesley Snipes, Demolition Man.
Demolition Man.
Yeah, classic. Classic.
Yeah,
when they had the whole VR sex.
Yeah, the VR sex scene, bro. Yeah, that was it right there. I mean, I gotta tell you, dude, it's like here's what I see, right? Because here's kind of what also led me to do this. Okay, so I have a text message circle with like childhood homies that we came up in the music game together and all that shit. So we're just like homies. We did the music and all that, right? 7 granules came up, and that I didn't respond. I didn't say anything. I just said, "Wow." Right? Like, whoa, dude. Because I don't know those dudes to be doing this stuff in this circle, right? Because I'm like, whoa, it kind of hits a little close to home. They might be like, yo, is that you on that channel? You know what I mean? But 7 granules came up in a text message, in a group text message, dude. Like, just like my brother and the homies. Then I was talking to a female friend of mine who may or may not be listening in right now. I don't know. So, yeah. So, but she told me about a video that a friend of hers sent her, but it was Mr. 7 Granules.
Damn.
And I said, well, okay, what did you think? Right. And so now she's brought into this, right? And the reason why I'm trying to she legit may be listening to this, okay? So so her and I have had conversations in the past, right? And so she's kind of on some other shit. Like when I say that, I mean that in a good way. Like yeah, no, legit, dude. Because I don't really like to like deal with women that their minds aren't like sensible. So I'm only gonna like spend time on the phone with a woman like if her mind is sensible. That way we can have a sensible conversation. Wait, Dr. Phoenix fell out.
Yeah, he fell out there.
He's right there. And so she's one that I like to have sensible conversations with. You know, in terms of the opposite.
Oh, cool.
And so, and I'll just say this: she's not ugly. I'll put it to you like that. Okay.
Okay, cool.
She damn sure ain't ugly. Let's just put it like that. So, so she's one where you would think looking at her, she's gonna say one thing's gonna come out of her mouth, but that's not the case.
Okay.
Right. So she got the video, and then she hits me up about it. Right. And we get to talking about it, and she sees it with more nuance.
Oh wow.
Right, she sees it with more nuance, right? So it's like she's not caught up in the social media aspect of it, because we always talk about it from that angle. Yeah, because we both got daughters, and so what we're trying to do is not have social media impact their minds. So
that's good.
As parents, guess what? We're more cognizant, and this is where I'm like, okay, as a guy, we have a counterpart that's cognizant. Okay, a lot aren't, because there's a lot of dudes who really ain't mindful of what it is that their children are consuming. Just like there's a lot of women who aren't, right? But then there's women who are cognizant of what their children are consuming. So if they're cognizant of what their children are consuming, what do you think they might be consuming?
They're gonna consume more bullshit, you know. Like I'm
saying, the parents won't be, because they're more cognizant of what their kids are. Just like how I don't consume bullshit, because I'm cognizant of what my daughter's consuming.
Right.
And I think that's the key right there. Children are a direct reflection of the parent.
Themselves. Exactly right. Yes, there you go.
So if the children are dysfunctional, ideally the parents are dysfunctional.
Exactly. It's all in the genes.
Are not just, you know, because I mean, obviously we see this all the time. You know, you go on social media, you know, you don't just see young people taking photos, they're in the pictures with their parents. You know,
my mother always said the saying, or a grandmother, she said, the children are an image of yourselves, and they usually are.
They
personally,
they are of you.
Yeah, that's what
Okay,
I'm saying.
they
But that's a
are
saying
you.
from my grandmother. Yeah, my mom's father's mother. She always said that saying. Children are the image of yourselves. Wherever you do, they're gonna have your bad habits at the end. And they
They're
don't care
gonna,
how many
yeah.
good habits you have, the bad habits they'll also have too. They pray if you don't have them, but you still gonna have them anyway. So
Yeah,
you have
hold
to
on.
be
Hey,
mindful.
let me just say what's going. Hey, Christopher, what's going on, bro? Welcome.
Hey,
Welcome.
how's it going? Yeah, I came in when you were talking about the single, being a widower and raising a kid, trying to date and all that. Yeah, I wanted to hop in because I'm actually someone who was raised by a single father who was a widower who dated and eventually married. So I
Okay.
was like
Okay. Well,
willing to
speak on
answer any
it.
questions about it.
No,
I
no,
didn't
no, no,
necessarily.
no. I was gonna say, dude, like, just kind of speak on that, bro. Like, because that's my. Not only is that me, but that's Johnny Blaze. We're both widow, single fathers, right?
Yeah,
We
yeah,
have
yeah,
daughters, right?
yeah, yeah.
But I mean, you have a. That's interesting that you share that, man, and I appreciate you for sharing that. I mean, what? Let me think about. So I guess maybe just from like a child, like observing like what your father had to do, right? Like what did you observe, man? Like how did you see it?
Well, when you lose one parent, you typically are going to become more protective over the other,
Right.
and it has to just kind of be like a healthy balance of not feeling like you're like fighting for attention between, with the parent and the kid, I guess. Uh, but I would definitely say that there were different women who approached things differently. You had the ones who were very much focused on trying to be your friend, so to
Mm-hmm.
speak. But you could kind of sense when it was genuine and when it wasn't. I
Mm.
felt like you definitely. I saw like the turnarounds where it's just kind of like a pretend front that they may put up, and when my dad was around versus when he wasn't. Or he actually eventually did get married, and I had a bad stepmomster, and she would say crap like, "I married your dad, not you," and like crap like that.
Oh,
Um,
word.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Wow.
So
Wow.
yeah,
Damn.
it was really tough because I feel like he made it a point to just he was kind of old school and just kind of like the type of dad who was very much like I provide and women kind of do the child rearing situation. And
Mm.
so I think he thought it was just kind of okay to just like take a step back in that regard, just trusting that she would like fit in that. But she wasn't my mom, but she struggled to, I think, grasp that concept that it's like she could never replace my mother,
Let me
and
ask you
it's really
something.
true.
Did she have any children?
Yeah, she was older. That was basically already 18.
What was their relationship like?
They didn't have the best relationship.
You said they didn't?
Yeah, no, they didn't have
Interesting.
a good relationship. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. See, maybe Johnny Blaze might want to chime in on this one, but see, that's kind of like, so for guys like us, right? That is a bit of the challenge because I have to say this, and this may sound extremely weird. This may sound weird. That's why I was like, Johnny Blaze, you come in after me on this one.
Okay.
Listen.
To some extent or some regards, right? You kind of do want someone who is a parent, especially one if you've been widowed, two if you're a male and you have a daughter. Okay, you kind of do want that, but you don't want what. That was why I specifically asked you, how was her relationship with her child? Okay, if that relationship was bad, then as a man, I wouldn't want a relationship with her, right? Because here's what I'm looking at as a female counterpart. I'm looking for her to transmit feminine attributes like grace and class and all that kind of stuff. I'm looking for her to translate that over to my daughter, because as a man, I can't do it. Much like how when a woman is raising a single, or as a single mother, she's raising a boy. There's certain things at a certain point in time when he comes of age, she can't do nothing for. Okay? Now, as a man, I'm a logical, practical, sensible person. I already understand this shit. I'm not gonna sit up here. Where the sheet right there. I'm not gonna sit up here and say, oh yeah, I can totally raise a woman. No, actually, as a man, I can't, because I have no idea what it's like to be a woman, right? So that's gonna mean that whoever it is that I would be incorporating into my life, that's kind of what I'm putting on the plate here in terms of requirements on her end. Because there's going to be the requirements that I need is that, because my daughter's my priority.
Well,
you get what I mean? And so, and I wanted Johnny to kind of put in on this too, because what people typically don't hear is the position of guys like us.
Right.
So I want to ask a question. When your dad and your stepmom got together, how old were you?
8.
You were 8
No,
years old.
I was 10.
You were 10. Okay. All right. So
I was 10 years old.
10 years old. There was a woman I was seeing when I was newly single. You know, she was a single parent also. Now we kind of worked together, but the reason it didn't work for me and her, honestly, I couldn't deal with her language. This woman, she cussed a lot, and I'm a big opponent. I don't like profanity. I even though I was in the military for 20 something years, I hardly ever use it, only in extreme circumstances. Because I grew up in a household like that, so I made sure in my own household that was something that I wasn't going to do. So for me, that was a red flag with her. I mean, we had a great, physical time together, but I saw, and she had a young son, and she kind of like cussed, and all her previous relationships were kind of the same way. So I had to end that.
Wow.
She was a red flag. I had another one. Now, what this one did, she tried to work her way through my daughter to me.
Wait, say that again. You cut out there. Say that again.
No, I said the second woman, she tried to work her way through my daughter to me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you told me about her. Yeah, we talked about her.
But her true objective was to be married and have kids of her own. That was her priority. So that was one I had to really watch out for. And I think beyond that, really, it's just finding women. I think as a single parent, finding one that is a parent that understands, okay, what are the parental priorities, for the children, but also for themselves. So, and I think there's definitely a balance there, because as your kids get older, they're going to have a different level of requirements that we really got to look at. You as a 10-year-old boy, I mean, there's a lot of things that a 10-year-old boy really needs. And I think fathers are uniquely aware of what a child needs, from a father's perspective. I mean, they do need their mothers as well, but this woman, obviously, it sounded like she didn't really have the whole maternal instinct. It just wasn't there.
Right. And that's why I asked him about, like, if she had any other children, what her relationship was with them. Because see, that's what I would do. Like, if I'm looking at someone like that, I'm really looking at what her relationship is like with her kids. Let me say, what's going on, Sheed?
What's going on, fellas?
What's good? What's good with you, man?
Not much, man. I wanted to touch in on the topic because
you got it. Go ahead.
I didn't have a kid before I actually met my wife, but she had kids, and so what the situation with me was how I kind of got into a relationship with her is due to the fact that the way she was raising her kids, because ultimately it was more of a friendship than evolved into a relationship, and therefore, and so my thing I always put into it that if you deal with the woman, you got to deal with the kid. If you don't like the kid and you like the person, that's not a good relationship. In the end, it doesn't end well for both, because ultimately, if you have bad emotions towards a child, then it kind of shows with the parent, because you're gonna always have this disconnect. Even though, I guess the sex could be great and the whole thing is good, other than that child, then it start going in a downhill spiral.
I
So
think I think part of it, man. I think so it's always been my experience. Like, well, I don't want to say always, because I haven't really been like dating women with children since like I became a parent, right? Like, actually, when I think about it, I haven't dated women with children since I've been single. Since I've become single again, right? I've just been single. However, I'm thinking that you know you might be actually going the other way around if you're dealing with a person with a child, right? Before you're doing the bedroom thing, you're kind of assessing the parentage angle first, because there's more to that. Like I remember when I was like back in my 20s and stuff, and back then a lot of the people in my age group, my peer group, didn't have kids, so it worked a certain way, right? You get older and then people have kids. So what I don't understand is why people assume that it still works the same way when you have children now. When it actually is, now that you have kids, it's actually the opposite. You shouldn't put the cart before the horse. So you're doing the sex thing, which produces the kids, right? But then you don't really know if the kid gels with you or not, right?
Right.
And I'm saying that at 43 years of age, I'm not where I was at 23. So I'm not doing things as I was doing at 23 at 43. Right. So everything works different. Everything works different. And that's not the, like, I'm not speaking against anything you're saying, right? This is more for conversation, right? For anyone who thinks that, if you find yourself at a stage of your life where you're like with us, where we're elder, well, I don't say elders, I don't want to make us that old, but we're not Gen Z or whatever, right? We're largely Gen Xers here, some millennials, Gen Xers mostly, right? We typically are more than likely going to have a child or two or whatever, right? For whatever reason, whether it was just marriage, divorce, widow, whatever. That's just kind of where we're going to find ourselves at this stage of our lives, given our age. So we can't walk away from just kind of where we're at in this stage of our lives, right? And this is kind of where I start to have a lot of the issues with the level of sophistication that accompanies the conversation. Because it's just like, okay, are we realistically assessing where we are all at in our lives? I will be 100% honest in speaking from the position of someone who's widowed. I'm not going to speak from the position of who's some sort of fucking playboy PUA alpha male, got them all in the bag type of dude, when that's not me. I'm a widowed single father. Right. So I'm just saying that this is why, like, I titled the live stream what it is, because it seems as though the conversation is more based on social media influences and not real world, real time, real experience, real life experience. It seems like everything kind of you take these themes from real life and then you inject it into the social media algorithm, right? And then you amplify it. And then I'm kind of like, okay, I started to get to a point where I was just like, okay, wait, how real are these conversations now? I had to really take a step back, like, okay, how real are these conversations? I've been hearing some of the most ridiculous shit. And I'm like, either it's like, okay, either you don't really think that and you're literally just saying that to be provocative and get subs, right?
Right.
Or you really do think that and you're a complete fucking idiot. It's one or the other. Go ahead. You guys got it. Go ahead.
It's the idiot. I guarantee it's the idiot.
If I just ask a quick question for the gentleman that was speaking before
Yeah,
you
that
complex.
was she. Go ahead, Phoenix. Go ahead. That was she.
Are you still married to the woman you were speaking of?
Yeah, I'm in the car with her right now.
Oh, okay.
Hey, how you
Yeah,
doing?
I've been married for 14 years.
Okay.
Congratulations,
We got,
brother.
That's congrats,
And
man.
how you doing? Welcome from the Brain Trust. Hello.
She can't hear. I got my headset on. You know, I'm
Oh,
driving.
okay,
truck,
okay.
so, yeah.
I'm trying to be a a welcome host, man. You know.
Yeah,
Yo, guys, let me tell you something, man. Like, appreciate for a moment that you guys are actually chopping up the highest level of game that exists. You're literally talking
Paul,
about.
did you just say the G word? Did you just say the G word? You just said the
And let me
G
tell you
word.
something, man. Let me tell you something, man. Like, that is why I am not resentful to childish or foolish acting Negroes, because like they just at the beginning of the journey. But like, you guys are actually talking about the best ways to engineer the lives of your children.
Yeah.
Game don't get higher than that.
Yep.
That's
And
right.
what cats don't understand is that, like, if you're talking about financial, if you're talking about career, if you're talking about family planning, like, game theory is an actual thing.
It's
Like,
an
you just got
actual
to play
thing. You're
life
right.
like
You're
chess.
absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It
That's
is.
right. Fair enough.
You got to play life like chess. You can't play life like checkers, right? And if you play life like checkers, you're perfectly welcome to. But all the cats playing chess, they're going to just checkmate you one time after the next, after the next, after the next.
That's right. Exactly.
So I like it. I gotta say, it humbles me because, like, I was so impressed with my own ability when I was dating and all this other stuff like that. But then I look at the situations that you guys have and how you're dealing with it. Makes me feel like I dealt with it in a very childish way, man. It's very impressive.
Well, that was honestly, that was why, Johnny Blaze, he hit me up and he said, look, let's do these let's do these live streams, man. And I liked what he was saying, man, in terms of what to talk about, because we do have a unique perspective, man. I'm not gonna lie, man. We really do. And it's a perspective that really just kind of goes above and beyond all the superficial stuff that you hear. So it really becomes difficult for me to like get engaged in the conversation, right? I always kind of start running into these common sense bumps, and then I go, whoa, wait a minute. And then I have to really think about it. And I go, you know what? These people, they don't have the experience I have. Right? Like, I can't expect them to have that sort of nuance, especially if they're getting their inputs from social media. If that's where they're getting it from, oh my God, they have no clue. They wouldn't, I have trouble seeing how they would actually navigate a successful marriage for any time more than like 3 years.
I'm playing chess right now.
And that's being that's being liberal, right? 3 years, because I'm like, oh my God, dude, like, once, what do they call it, the honeymoon effect or whatever, there's a term. Once that wears off, it becomes a day-to-day existence type of thing,
right?
And yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, these guys probably can't navigate that, and I think that's why you keep hearing about, like, oh, you got to get you a rotation. I'm like,
oh Lord,
because you got to keep it fresh, right?
So I'm gonna use the G word just for a minute, man, because this right now.
Go ahead, dude. You got it. Go ahead.
But the way I look at it, to ultimately win this game per se, you need to have, I look at, okay, you find the woman of your dreams, you marry the woman of your dreams, you have the children of your dreams, you have the lifestyle of your dreams. That is winning the game.
Well, yeah, going back to Complex's point, I believe science basically says that you're roughly looking at after you get married, roughly 2 years of sort of what they would call the honeymoon phase, and then I think what you said, Complex, the day-to-day hits in.
Yeah. And I mean, it's really all about expectations in life, right? So if the highlights or the hallmarks of your life are dropping on the goddamn knee and spending a stupid amount of money on a ring, right? And doing all that, if these are the hallmarks of your life, then like basically you've already set those plateaus for yourself, right? So I would say that you're largely setting yourself up for disappointment.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
there's data that shows that if you spend, I believe it's more than $20,000 on a wedding, like the chance of you getting divorced goes up. It's like
it's
like I want to
common
go.
sense,
I've
Because
got a
you're
real
putting.
life story for that one. I'll give you.
Wait, say that again, Johnny.
No, with Renaissance Man. I've got a real life story for this one. Okay, so check this out. So my sister-in-law got married a week before my wife and I did. They spent big church wedding. They went to one of the islands for their honeymoon. I think the wedding was like $15,000 plus this huge ring. My wife and I got married very quickly, with the whole military thing. The ring was, I think, was like $500. My wife's dress was another $300. We got married in like one of these wedding salons. My sister-in-law was divorced in 6 months. We were married for 17 years.
Bro.
Yeah, because and it's common sense, because what you're doing is most people don't make that type of money, and you're starting out your relationship with this big financial burden.
There you go. Well, and not only that, you're also kind of setting an I don't want to say it's an unrealistic expectation, but the problem is that event it eclipses what is going to be your day-to-day existence, right? There's like this endorphin release of like high magnitude that happens on a wedding day. Like, holy shit, like how do you just come down off of that, right? Matter of fact, it's such an endorphin release, they call it the honeymoon phase. It takes a fucking while to come off of it. That's how high you get off of that whole thing. It takes you a while to come off it. But what happens when you come off of a high? Then it's just like, whoa, wait a minute. I didn't know I was like this high this whole time. And then now all of a sudden, your day-to-day mundane existence, that's just not doing it. It's not giving you that endorphin kick anymore, right? Versus where, let's just take what my wife and I did. So we did the incorporated union thing. So what we did was we just went ahead and we formed an estate. We incorporated the estate, got a Duns Bradstreet number. We did that whole bit. Okay. And see, for us, it was one of these things where we did that one night over an artisan pizza, and we shared a bottle of port wine. And we just wrote the whole thing out. And then I went and filed the paperwork, and it was just something in our minds where we were just like, okay, we just went ahead and did this. You know what I mean? Kind of like the same thing when people get married and they're just like, wow, we're married. It was the same effect. Go ahead, Dr. Phoenix. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna add that, that actually reminds me of a clip I saw. So it was on Instagram or someplace like that, but I guess there's this show called Bridezilla or whatever. And to what Renaissance Man was saying, so there was this couple, they were engaged. The guy was a resident. He was an anesthesiology resident. And the woman he was getting engaged to, she was a nurse practitioner, I believe. And so basically, he had gotten her a ring for I think he had spent like $5 or $6 grand on a ring, something like that. Then he turned around. She said that, well, for us to get married, you have to buy me a whole nother ring. And the ring she wanted was like 4 carats, and it was like $15,000. Something. Yeah, okay. And stupidly enough, he went out and got it. Okay. And it was just interesting because to what Renaissance Man was saying is that, what pushes people, and specifically or men, to have to marry women who have such ridiculous expectations of what a wedding is and how much should be spent and what's involved with it and how much a ring should cost. It would stand with reason that those folks would divorce pretty quickly because you're with each other just for very vacuous reasons.
Right.
Yeah.
And,
now I was gonna say, Johnny Blaze. I can't imagine the feeling that. I hope you were saying it was your sister-in-law. I can't imagine whoever paid for that wedding, how they felt 6 months after that.
Now, I don't know who paid for it per se. I'm assuming it was between her and her ex-husband. Like for my wife and I, we paid. Now, I paid for the bulk of it, but I think my wife and I, we did it together and with a little bit of her dad. Because we got married kind of short notice because her sister was very upset that, we were getting married right after her. She felt like we were taking the shine away from her.
Oh my God!
Oh man, damn.
No, but I just can't imagine looking down the road and seeing, 7 months after this is over, that we spent how much money on all this and it's not even lasting.
And it's like that's what I mean, man.
Yeah, somebody was in therapy for that one.
Here's something very weird. So when my wife and I got, when we got married, this was my first time actually meeting her family. So we drove cross country because we were stationed in Texas. And met the family, and as I'm meeting, my future father-in-law, now me and him, we had a discussion by way of telephone prior, so we at least had a little bit of knowledge of each other. When me and him were talking, and he was talking about, his other daughter and her future husband. He's like, he already said that's not gonna last. Like them two, they argue too much. He's like, they're already having issues.
Yeah.
And a week before the wedding, and they're just arguing every single day.
Oh, well, the wedding was supposed to solve all that.
Yeah, and I mean, just all
Yeah.
just the amount of money that was spent, man. It was so like we had the wedding. Like I said, this little wedding salon. It was basically a justice of the peace. Come in there. It's like a little auditorium. You get married, and the whole thing takes 15 minutes because they got folks coming in and out. We get done with that. We go back to my mother-in-law's house. We have the reception. That was it.
Wow.
It's interesting because I was actually reading an article that was alluding to the fact that they're expecting in 2021 for the number of marriages to like quadruple because so many people put off having these wedding ceremonies, obviously because of the pandemic, and that they would just they're expecting really that bridal industry to kind of get hit pretty heavily in the latter part of this year. And I just think it's kind of really outrageous. You get folks who spend extreme amounts of money on a wedding and stuff like that, and then just for it to blow up on you 6 months later in the case of Johnny Blaze's sister-in-law.
This is, Dr. Phoenix, this is why I wanted to kind of.
Years later, I can only imagine just the levels of therapy people would need after that.
Well, Dr. Phoenix, this is why I wanted to revisit some of the live streams that I did do. I did one called, I want to say it was called Marriage, but I think I ended up calling it something else. But so on that one, I basically broke down what my wife and I did, right? I explained it essentially what we did in terms of like our union or marriage, because it's a contract at the end of the day, right? And even if you incorporate with a partner, you form an operating agreement or a contract with each other. So it's all conceptually the same thing. So what I did was I broke down how we did it. And like I said, what it was that we literally, like, it was literally a Friday night. We went and I remember we went to Maxwell Street Pizza, got a pizza, got a bottle of port wine from this nice little liquor store. And then
was this in Chicago? Because you said Maxwell Street.
No, I wasn't. Okay. Now I know I do. We can talk Chicago pizza if you want, but that's another conversation. Because I know all the spots, so we can have that conversation, bro. We can have that convo because Chicago's got the best pizza hands down. All right, so But no, it was out in California out here.
Okay.
And yeah, we went and got that, and we sat down at this table in the living room. I had this table in my living room, couches and stuff, and we were sitting on the floor, and we just wrote it all out. And then what I did then was I filed all the requisite paperwork. So I filed basically our estate entity. Filed the corporate. Did a corporate filing for an LLC here. Then I got my Dun & Bradstreet number. Went and did all this stuff, and we just went about setting it up. That was how we did it. Right now, other people have the whole, like we were talking about, this whole sort of marriage build up, all the social media based stuff that you hear, where they sensationalize,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Where you throw all this money at something, and then, like you guys are saying, then after the endorphin high wears off, you see what it is that you're left with. Versus where what you did was you decided to make an initial investment with each other, because that's what you did when you just basically formed a corporate entity.
Yeah. Now I was going to quickly add
Go ahead.
The one thing I will say, not to, obviously when we come at this, we come from a perspective of more of the Black community, and just when you look at it, now you do have cultures like a Jewish culture and other cultures that do place a big emphasis on a wedding. Some of them, they really put the emphasis on, hey, it's a big event and we invite, tons of people, who throughout their lives. But I will say with those people, they're coming from the perspective of it's family oriented. They're going to have their parents paying for it, and it's something their parents have been planning for since they were born. Versus, with us, a lot of it's just, we got to come up with the money somehow.
I'll tell you like this: what we did was, we did one part of it, right? We did the actual incorporated union part, right? So the actual quote unquote on paper union was done. What you then do is you just have a ceremony. It's just ceremonial. Okay. Like you can do the ceremonial part without the state part. But let's just say you didn't do the ceremonial part. You can still do the incorporated part. Right. And that was what her and I ended up. Well, that was what we ultimately ended up getting to do, was the paperwork part. We didn't get to do the ceremonial part because we had relocated we were in Arizona for a couple of years, came back to California, then pregnancy occurred, then we went to Chicago, and then the cancer diagnosis happened out of nowhere, right? But when we were in Arizona, we did the union, right? So before anything happened, we set that up. That was like the foundation. The foundation wasn't like, a damn marriage license. The foundation was an actual corporate entity.
Right.
Yeah.
That would make for a great live stream, man. Explain how you.
That's why I was saying, Johnny. Like I think maybe you know what? You want to do it for the next Saturday one?
Hey, man, why not?
Okay, all right. We'll do it for the following Saturday then. I'll come up with some points for that, and I'll email it to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was going to say, Dr. Phoenix, I'm sure with you being in med school, I'm sure you either known of or have been to some pretty fancy weddings. I know. My understanding is Indian weddings are pretty elaborate as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they sure
are.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've gone. I've had friends who are Indian, Nigerians. I'm not sure if anyone's ever been to any of the Nigerian weddings. Those
I have not.
Those are pretty wild. They're pretty over the top.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I've gone
But
along
with
with
those cultures, we can emphasize too, it's very traditional and it's been established long before how this is going to be paid for and who's paying
I
for it.
can see that. Yeah.
yeah, and I think that kind of really gets to the heart of the discussion that Complex and Johnny Blaze were having earlier. How these things, how not just really emotional intelligence, but really this what we commonly refer to as this psychosocial, and then I'm just going to add the intelligence factor onto that. How culture dictates and specifically how you've seen these more traditional cultures, how they dictate the interactions between younger men and women and the pairing of younger men and women, and how in contemporary times for Black folks, social media dictates that.
Right.
And so you still see that even with social media, these more traditional cultures still do not stray from what are their norms. And unfortunately, when we're just looking at contemporary Black folks, the opposite is true. We're very much seeing how social media just really enhances what's already there. So that dysfunction and silliness, if you will, social media
Right.
enhances it, and again, it becomes sort of this. And I think what Complex said earlier is it is a force multiplier.
Exactly
We
right.
this is a term that's commonly used in the military when you're talking about certain MOSs that actually help to enhance or make something better or optimize it, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, this is what we see. But yeah, I mean, I've been to many weddings in my life. I've been to weddings in Morocco. So have you ever seen any of those Moroccan weddings before? They're pretty elaborate, over the top.
Yeah.
It's straight down the middle, and it's not uncommon to see 18, 19, 20 somethings get paired with each other, and these are pairings that generally last a lifetime.
Yeah. That's how my family was. They almost be married 40 years in 2024, but it's like 36 right now. It'll be 37 this month. So a couple more years, it'll be 40 years of marriage. That's my mom's goal because her parents got married, lasted like 40 years, but she had 9 children. So
Yeah,
she comes from that era. Yeah, she's from a boomer era. So both of them from the boomer era. So that you expect to, I'm from what you would say Generation Y millennial birth, because my dad could have had me as a Gen X years ago, but that didn't happen because first girl broke his heart. But he found my mom because the parents knew each other. Here's the kicker though. The fathers were best friends. They went to the Navy in World War II, but they knew each other since high school. So, it was automatic. But here's the real kicker
I
though.
have a daughter.
Yeah. Here's the real kicker though. Her mom picked him because they knew him since he was 12. So, but here's the thing, the fathers were best friends, so they were close. So of course I came a couple years after, in their
Now,
marriage.
if I'm
That's
not,
usually the way it is,
if
Go
I'm
ahead.
not, if I'm wrong, please correct me on this. But isn't that I know this is kind of weird given what we just seen recently with her, but isn't that how Steph Curry and his wife were paired up?
Yeah.
Even though we kind of
Yeah.
we've been seeing a lot of little craziness out of
Yeah,
her.
it's
Well,
proximity. Yeah, it's proximity though. You know how it
No,
is.
you know what?
well,
Wait, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say with her, yeah, they met each other through church and things like that. But my understanding is that she wasn't always sold on him. He had to really pursue her, which is kind of one of those. Once again, you have a woman who wanted to be an actress and was, was kind of a C, D list actress versus, someone who's in the top, probably 1/10% of his
Somebody
profession.
who can see you just hit 105 3-pointers in a row. You know what I mean? Just somebody like that, right? I mean, look, look, my wife and I, we considered the whole Jack and Jill thing. Right. No, seriously, no, that's what I'm saying. Do we plan to
I
all
wouldn't wholeheartedly be against that because
Wow.
I think
I was
right
gonna
now,
say same thing here.
You're right. There's so we thought about it though.
Okay.
Right? We thought about it. Right.
Even if you don't agree, because I was gonna say, even if you don't agree with necessarily that organization, the concept, I have a
That
hard
was
time
what it
seeing
was.
how people disagree with that.
Well, no, that's what it
Yeah.
was. It was
Oh,
like,
okay.
okay, what we did was we decided, and I'm still trying, and I'm gonna explain how I'm trying to do it, right? Just kind of as a single father. But that was something we talked about beforehand. Right before we talked about this. We were like, we don't want our children like just combining bad DNA.
Yeah.
I hate to sound like that, right?
Well,
But we were
that's your
literally,
belief. Yeah.
this is how
Yeah.
my wife and I used to talk. We were like, yo, we got like prime shit. Right?
but I think those
So
are
we're
really
gonna get
honest
together and then we're gonna
conversations
create
that
go
black
ahead.
folks have that they're never honest about, that they never talk
Exactly.
about.
Wait,
Those
say
are-
that again, Dr. Phoenix. I'm sorry.
No, I'm
Honest
saying
conversation.
what you just said are those really honest conversations when you have
Brutally honest. Yeah.
two cultured people.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh,
Where's the thing we did?
But you get what I'm saying. When you have two highly cultured people who understand that, like, look, this is the progeny we produce, and we would like this to continue.
Bruh, I'm not. Look, okay. I'm looking at who I am, who her mom is, right? Then we create my daughter, and then like just some triple X tentacion nigga like knocks my daughter up.
Hell,
Like some
Oh,
Lil
no.
Uzi Vert or something
You and
like
Johnny
what?
Blaze, because you brothers
Like a Lil Wayne
A
or
Lil Wayne, like what?
But here's it.
Like, it's like what did like
I got one.
all the
Chief
work
Keef.
all the work that I've
No, but that's the
you
key
just
thing.
killed it.
That's the key
Yeah.
thing, Complex. You just said it. When you look at all the resources, and there's multiple mating strategies. I believe it's R and K mating theory, but essentially, when you have a very stable environment, the mating strategy is people essentially have few kids and they spend a bunch of resources on those kids, seeing a positive outcome.
Yeah,
So,
we weren't gonna have any more than two, man.
Yeah, versus if you're in a different mating strategy where the environment's not as stable, people will take to having a bunch of children playing the game of
you got one with this chick, two with this chick over here, and then she's got one with this guy,
6,
two
8,
with this guy
9,
over here.
15.
Yeah, but that's because the assumption is some of them aren't going to make it, so I just need to have a number to spread out the risk.
Dude, and
to get there.
I gotta tell you, that is a low. Dude, this is gonna. I'm sorry if this offends anyone. Okay, that is the mindset of just basically a low value, low IQ individual. Okay,
Right.
And if you don't think that way, under no circumstances should you risk reproducing with this person, i.e., having casual sex, pumping and dumping, whatever, fill in the blank. See, this is where men, intelligent, smart, mature men, okay, this is where it's in your hands. Okay, ball's in your court. When you take that mindset, no, it's in your court.
Mhm.
Yeah, but that just goes back to what I was saying of when you look at how much money and resources and time people have put into their children, it's not something that's crazy to say, hey, they want to put some mechanisms in place to see that their kids will find a like-minded person who will thus continue that on and do that with their grandkids.
Yeah, I was going to say, so to that, so
and
to
I'll give you even more real life.
It's like
example.
generation wealth. Yeah.
Go ahead, Dr. Felix.
No, I was just going to say, I'll give you a real life example that is the kinds of students that I attend medical school with.
Mm-hmm.
That is a real life example of how you can have groups of people. For example, you look at Asians. Asians are only about 5-6% of the population, but they're damn near 40 to 40
the
to
enrollment,
50% of your medical students.
Yep.
And when you talk, and when I sit down, when I'm talking to a number of these folks, and it's not just Asians, it's other groups, whether they're Africans, you know, from the continent or from the Caribbean, whatever the case may be, or Arabs or Indians or East Indians or whatever, you see a general dynamic. Yes, there is a major focus on, yeah, you don't have too many children, and then you devote as much of your resources, that sacrifices that parents make, you devote as many of those resources as you possibly can to making sure your children have those outcomes that they need.
Exactly
So
right.
let me give you like what our approach was, right? So it was like, instead of doing the Jack and Jill thing, it was really gonna just be doing, and she's only 9, so I still got time. I gotta. Okay, so it was putting her into a certain school. Get her, so depending on the school is gonna then precipitate proximity, right? So from the time she was 3 to 6, she was in a Montessori school. Now I got to tell you, basically all the kids that she's around are all brilliant. They're all brilliant, all of them.
That's cool. That's
and
cool.
and I got to tell you also that my wife and I were both of the position, and we're this is why I value an intelligent woman, because she was also very sensible and very pragmatic. We understood because of her background in education. Yeah, we understood the state of the Black community, and we also understood that because what we weren't going to do was allow the greater state of the Black community hinder our objectives to have to live the lifestyle we wanted to live. What we accepted was the reality that our daughter may very well not be with someone who looks like us in terms of African American, ADOS, or otherwise, right?
So,
Especially if we didn't.
Noise in the background.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that is. Okay, there it goes. We accepted this reality, right? Because think about it. Now, us as parents, and I have we had one daughter. We wanted 2 children because she wanted a boy, right? And I was like, okay, well, look, we only gonna give it 2 shots, right? If we don't have a boy the second time around, we're not gonna go for a third. We just gonna have 2 girls, right? So that's just what we ain't doing that. Like it's just gonna be.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. But she wanted a boy, but we ended up with just a girl. But the reality was that we were gonna be selective about who our children were gonna be around, starting with school. Okay, it was gonna start with school and just lead on up. So she was going to be in Montessori through kindergarten up through preschool through kindergarten, then from first through 6th, 7th grade into middle school, junior high school, and then high school she'd probably be at some performing arts school or something like that. But all along the way, she's only going to be around a certain type or a certain group that whole way. Okay, so that means her proximity ain't gonna have none of this Lil Uzi Vert elements to it.
Yeah, or Chief Keef.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's how parents have control of this. And even in doing that, we had to be very realistic. It's like, well, look, Montessori schools ain't all Black, especially if you live where I live, right? Yo, Paul, what's going on, man? Peace. Especially if you live where we live, in California. So she may end up with a Latino boy, or she may end up with a Filipino or Korean, or hey, my brothers did.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong.
They all dated out, dude. All my nephews are biracial. So these are the type of realities that, hey, I've had to come to terms with.
Yeah.
But
I'm mixed too.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, unfortunately, see, that's where it goes to where you could say the Black community lost its sense of values, in the sense of used to have a set of values that went along with it, and it seems like in the last 30 years, people have just boiled it down to, oh well, that person's just Black, and that sort of excuses everything. instead of it being like, okay, this person's black, therefore they have these standards, these values, and these behaviors.
Yeah,
it's just
hey, you
like
guys,
so.
I'm just gonna step away to the restroom. I'll be right back. Y'all go ahead. Y'all got it.
It's just like what Solon Black said. He said a black community doesn't exist to him. When I was watching his videos, he said it's just a populace. That's what he called it from the original 1.0. And he made a video against, I think BGS made a video about the gender war. He trying to say it's over, but he, in his mind, he said, no, it's not over, because they've been saying that shit for like decades. And like before they kind of fell somewhere around 2014 or something like that when I left. But I remember when he said that in that video he made, and he said the same thing we're talking about. It's like, yeah, it's far from over. It's just a lot of changes we got to make. You know, the future, you know, you got to produce something now or never, you know, but the other group just want to be stagnated, you know. That's what I'm seeing from it.
Well, I think we're just going to do, we are in a do or die time right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he mentioned in his video. Yeah.
I think a large part of it, I'm sorry. I think a large part of it is I think a large part of it is socioeconomical as well, right? Because when you reach greater than six-figure income, like gender wars, they disappear.
They do.
Women become amazingly cooperative in ways that you couldn't possibly imagine when you was 20-something and broke. So, like, I think, again, it's one of those things about, like, staying on code, keeping your purpose. Because if you can give that over to the next individual, be they your son or just any, you know, brother that you happen to be talking to, what you really give them is the tools to fix every damn thing.
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying from his video. He said, you have a choice. Don't choose a bad crop. And he tells them every time, look, I would say no. The answer is still no. You know, don't choose it. Choose a better crop. And he mentioned that in this video, like this conversation, like the sapiosexual and the social media, that's like the way to go. And most people are not talking about it, that other group, because they keep talking about this gender war stuff. Like, yeah, half of it's over online, but offline it's not, because we are the difference to make that change. It can be over. You know, this space right here is the measuring stick. How is it going to be in the future? And then if we do have kids, like me and Dr. Benz, if one day, if I have a son or whatever, you know, I'll teach them the standard. Like, look, don't rush in your 20s, because it puts 10 years on your life having kids. I've seen that firsthand with my cousins, you know, and they struggling probably right now.
Well, you know, look, I got plenty of family members. All of them had their children when they were young, just like their parents did. In my generation, and my family, in my generation, I'm one of the youngest. You know, all of my mother's, all of her siblings, they all had their children when they were like teenagers.
Yeah.
So
I'm familiar with that.
She didn't have me until much later. She didn't have me until later in her life. And so
my mom had me at 26, and she was smart. And I think the husband was 35 at the time, but he met my mom when she was like 23, and he was like in his late 20s. Lied about his age though. That's how he got her, you know. But that's old school boomer stuff. And she told me that, so I said, "Damn, really, Mom?" I said, "Yep." And then had me at 35, and that's how it worked. It's just like what y'all saying. I mean, it's accurate.
Well, and again, you know, for like I said, you know, for you know, I'm typically of this perspective simply because in my experience, I tend to sort of see really the outcomes of dysfunctional pairings, if you will. And so, you know, I do believe there should be a practice of, you know, black people, and specifically black men, you know, should have just part of their practice as men, teaching your sons, especially, and well, both your daughters and your sons, you know, these are the kinds of folks you do not want to stay with. If you do not want to pollute that gene pool, you know,
you're gonna
you need
get
to stay away
problems.
from these. You need to stay away from these folks. And I know this, ironically enough, sounds like eugenics, if you will.
Yeah.
But again, other groups practice this. Make no mistake about it.
Yeah, they do.
We can talk all day about what this sounds like, but make no mistake, you're not gonna find your upper middle class white people going to trailer parks procreating with those.
No, they don't do that. They can't stand them. They can't stand. I know that firsthand. I used to have white friends as part of that middle class, and they tell me I don't mess with that trash. Same with certain black people where I grew up, but then you do got some of us like garbage. You know, depends on where you're from. You know, in the South. You know,
I got another real life story to kind of sum this up.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, you know, I would go stay with my grandmother, my dad's mom, and you know, when I was a little kid, my grandmother would not let me play with the other kids in the neighborhood. She's like, they were like all, because she didn't trust the parents. It was just like all the kids in the neighborhood were always in the trouble. The parents
with my parents,
So basically, man, when I go to my grandmother's house, I was confined to the yard and in the house. Now, what's interesting is that my dad grew up, he was an only child. My dad was actually adopted. So, you know, my grandparents.
Interesting.
My mom, you know, is one of those big families. My mother had like, you know, 8 brothers and sisters. You know,
same here.
Always loud family going on. But it's something that you just said, you know, you have a segment of your population that always wants to hang around, you know, that lower class. Well, for some strange reason, my father, you know, gravitated to that lower class element, but yet he grew up in a nice home. Both parents had a car. My dad had a car in high school back in the late 60s, early 70s. That was rare.
Yeah.
But yet my dad, he somehow growing up, he wanted that to be part of that street element so bad.
You know, I think with that, man, there's like I don't know, it's weird, man, because I had some homies do that.
Yeah.
Right.
My father was like that, too.
Yeah, I had homies, man, that I came up with in high school and shit. And like when we were back in like the 7th, 8th, 9th grade, we were all like honor roll, just beating ass, right? And not even this is not even just black, dude. These are like Latino homies and Asian homies, right?
Yeah.
And then something happened that year between sophomore and junior year. Like these niggas decided to join gangs out of nowhere.
That's common where you from.
Yeah, out of nowhere. These niggas was banging over the summer. They came back to school, and I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, that's
the next thing you know, man, I had one homie. This is a Filipino homie. Got caught up in a murder rap, dude. He was 16. And this dude was a straight nerd, like in middle school, junior high, and then like first couple years of high school, right? I had other homies got caught up for like weed shit. You know what I mean? But these were cats who was like, they were the dudes that I kind of, the cats who were older than me, I looked up to, right? These dudes played sports, honor roll, used to be wearing the Jabot jeans, Nauticas, Timberland boots, all that, right? Just to be dipped. Right. Like, okay, that's what I'm trying to be like, right? But then I'm like, wait, what happened? And then the homie called me up. Yeah, man, yo, so-and-so.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm sitting there scratching my head like, how?
I had friends like that. Yeah, I had friends like that. I had friends like that too.
Yeah. Wait, say that again. What is it?
The cool uncle effect.
The cool uncle effect.
The cool uncle effect. Oh,
MOT.
No, absolutely. That's the MOT. What he was talking about.
Yeah, I'm used to that. I'm used to that. Yeah, I had cousins and friends that were really smart too, and then when they hung around with the wrong niggas, the wrong savages, and they did some foul shit and drugs, and when they get caught up and locked up, that's what they get. And then they hang right friends that I never fucked with. I'm like, what do you know these guys? I don't know you. And I tell them like, you don't be talking to me like that. I always check them though, you know, because they're lower class, right? And that's what I thought of them. But the higher class, I never had an issue with. You know, they treated me like I was their equal or something.
Well, I was gonna say, I think what it is, man. This is where I found. Like for me, I always found that like in order to go where I wanted to go, I had to deal with people who were above me.
Mhm.
So what I always did was I always sought out people, dude, who were above me. Okay, like so here's what happens. You might be on some excellence tip, right?
Right.
But even though you're there, guess what you got to do? You got to compete with everybody else who's up there.
Exactly
And
right.
yeah, and even at that level, guess what? There's people above you, right? So just because you might be on top of, like, you may be the top of your class at your school, nigga, there's other schools with other classes with other people on the top, right? So now when we add them up, now you a part of just a group. Now you need to work your way up out of that group, right?
Yeah.
And so a lot of people grow up being told, "Oh, you're so great. You're the best. You're this. You're that. You're this. You're this.
I get
You're
that
this.
a
You're
lot.
that." Right? And then when they really get faced with some shit, it's like, okay, well, if I go down over here, I'm still the man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
That's how I was in middle school and high school. Yeah, I had that mentality, but I always knew there was people above me. It was only probably about 5% and 1% top in the class made straight A's, and they were just straight nerds. You know, I was a semi nerd, but I had an athletic ability. You know, I'm over like 6'4", but I'm like 6'5.5", 6'6" currently right now. But that's just my height, you know, because they looked at me like, "You play ball?" I said, "I used to, but I don't. I did the street ball thing most of my high school years, so you know, I was focused on college." But after I got out of high school, I just wanted a job. I didn't care, you know, because I didn't do good on the ACT, and it cost like $24 at that time. That was back in 2007, 2008. It's just like what you're saying, you know. Yeah, it's always somebody better.
I mean, that's always the case.
Yeah,
that's always the case, right? So everybody has see, that's the thing, right? No matter where you rank, right, you have a decision to make. Either you're going to continue to compete in a sin, or what you're going to do is you're going to say, you know what, I recognize that even where I'm at, I'm on top of a lot of people, so I don't want to compete. Now for me, like I said, dude, like I don't know. I'm for whatever reason, dude, I like to take on like the hardest shit I can.
Yeah.
And then try to be the best at it. So I'm the type of person who will go to somebody who's doing it and then strike up an alliance and then soak up game in order for me to achieve what it is that I want to do. But then that's just me.
Yeah,
right?
I think that should be just
other people.
The general rule for Black people in general, but most Black people can put aside their ego to do that.
That's exactly right, Dr. Phoenix. So we got too much ego and pride. Really, it's mostly pride, and they try to say, "Well, I'm better than this person." You know, I used to hear that growing up. I said, "Dude, you're not better than the next man." I mean, if you compete with different races, which they really don't matter at the end when they get older, they don't even think about it. So it's like, well, we can't be basketball players, but we can do this in politics, right? Military weapons. I'm using examples like this is what they think. And I talked to these people in school. I told my dad, "You never went to a school that was diverse in high school." I talked to like Sudanese and talked about our culture. Like blacks ain't the same as us, but they told us like, "Yeah, you used to come from the desert a long time ago." You know, talk about our history. I said, "Man, how you know all this stuff?" Well, that's how our people thought of you. Then they talk about their Egyptian history, the other cultures, Africans. You know, they don't get along, but one thing I respect about them, they do stick together when it comes to this country. They know who's who. And they said, "This guy ain't be trusted." And that's how they think. You know, this is coming from where they come from on the West Coast, but they migrated in Tennessee at the time when I met them in middle school and high school. And I'm like, "Man, they so smart." I said, "How y'all come down here in a small city like this?" I said, "Well, we had to make the adjustments." And that's how they live their life. And we treat them with respect. And over time, since I left that state, they kind of populated that small town and had businesses. Like, I was like, wow. Competing with Chinese, Mexicans, whatever, and Black folks up there ain't doing nothing. I can go back up there right now. It's sad though. You know?
Well, you got, you know, everybody has to. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Paul. Go ahead. You got it.
Go ahead, Paul. I think it's super important, and I want to make this point because, like, I think Black people beat each other up so badly over this. And listen, I think it is purposeful misinformation that has been given to the Black community to weaken them. Number one, you have never met a black person or any melanated person that lives and is from the States that is more than 4 generations away from freaking bondage. Number one.
Yeah.
Number two, don't be fooled. The Chinese population, Indian population that are in America, that represents the top 5% of the combined 3 billion of them motherfuckers. So yes, are the Chinese in America kicking ass? Absolutely. Are the Indians in America kicking ass? Absolutely. You know why?
They're the two largest groups of people on the planet.
Largest planet, yeah.
Well, and they were the folks that were able to outcompete everybody else and get to the most lucrative market in the world.
Well,
so
they have the numbers to do it.
By definition, them jokers smart as hell. But like in their own space, Chinese ratchet as fuck, man. Number one. Number two is, so here goes the thing. 400 some years of bondage. 150 years of Jim Crow.
Yeah.
But what did happen is that unfortunately, trying to steal black folks' labor, they actually made like an ultimate superhuman person.
Yeah.
Both strong enough to carry your entire freaking economy and smart enough to escape bondage.
Yeah.
Like they built Superman.
Yeah.
And now they kind of being eclipsed by their Superman. Now, so in the interim, is there some ratchet behavior? There's some growing pains and all this stuff like that? Oh, heck yeah, man.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, that's part of it.
End of the day, look at the actual trends on progeny and stuff like that. The black community is growing. Other communities, I ain't gonna call none out, they shrinking.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. You're exactly right, Paul. And that's just why I've been saying, like, to myself, like, y'all saying we're going out. No, black folks have a chance to do what white folks did, import more people, you know, because, you know, China has this law, like, they have to have one son or one kid. They don't want no girl in their country. It's just, I don't see how they can do it.
They don't
have that no more because they used to.
No,
they changed it.
It's a 2-child policy, but the reality is that it's a bit of a red herring. Okay.
Yeah.
So like when you really look at it, I'm talking. See, here's the thing, right? What the Chinese do, what their policies don't matter.
Yeah.
The reason why I say this is because when has it ever mattered? When has there ever been a time when black people were ever a threat to never exist on this planet ever? I will wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just
it's a dude. It's like I gotta tell you, every time I hear these types of things,
I hate that
they go,
shit.
well, you're gonna breed out. You're gonna do this.
You're gonna breed out with the Mexicans.
I'm like, wait. We've had millions upon millions of years for this to happen. All of a sudden, you think this is gonna happen like right now in like the next like 50 years? Like, what is wrong with you?
They kept seeing 20, 30, 25. I'm like, dude,
like,
don't you know?
Never gonna happen.
Don't you know that black men will sleep with anything? It's just a woman if they die. But we got Caribbean women, Canadian. Canadian women.
No,
it's not even close.
That. No, it's not even that. It's just the fact that the notion of the idea that there will never be black people.
That's just irony.
Like, I'm sorry. I can't go any further than that.
It's sad,
like,
but they believe that.
Can you go back to the beginning of existence of time, right? When supposedly and apparently it was a black woman who birthed all this shit, and then you fast forward to now, and all you see is a whole bunch of ADOS people, and then people in the Caribbean, and people in Brazil, and people in South America, and people in Africa, all these people that are black people that are melanated that still exist today. And I'm like, what? Where are you getting this notion?
Complex. It's a talking point.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys who say this stuff, they internalize white right-wing talking points.
I know,
and
but
then
right-wing fascism talking points. Yeah,
and they say, and then they'll turn it into a black supremacy, pro-black
I get
ideology.
it. I get it. But this is the Sapio-Males guide to the galaxy, right? So we're using intelligence, and all I'm saying is that if we just apply anthropology, when has there ever been any indication that anything like that would ever be possible? None. This is my whole point. It's completely made up.
Yeah, I could tell you some black people in the desert, like what you say, Israel and the lands of Jericho, they exist. You know, the untouchables. I can go further than that. Asia, and they know this. The other cultures know this. I said these people are not going nowhere, especially us specifically in America.
I have a real life example of that. So, so as everyone know, I was in the military, but I was deployed to Iraq. And if you go to southern Iraq, there's a city right, pretty much around the border between Iraq and Kuwait called Basra.
Yes, I heard of that. Yeah, Basra, I heard of that.
Yeah, Basra. If you go there, and I went there, like I said, I was like 19 at the time or whatever, and went there. I saw nothing but black folks.
Yeah. There you go.
Now, their status in life is certainly debatable. How they were treated there, that's very much up for discussion.
Yeah. I mean, we're not really talking about treatment.
But nonetheless, the point is that the proliferation of black people throughout the world is there. Even in Iran, people believe some of the highest incidences in the world of sickle cell disease is in Africa. Believe it or not.
No, it's everywhere else. Yeah, it's been around forever.
Because you have a whole subpopulation of black Iranians, black Persians, who follow history.
Yeah, I got videos of that years ago talking about it. Yeah.
And so the point is that I saw firsthand, at 19 years old in Iraq, in southern Iraq, as a medic, and I'm in Basra, and I kind of had like this little village clinic or whatever set up, and so we're seeing black folks all over the place now. Again,
see, you just confirmed what I just said.
How how they were treated, but the point is that the African gene ain't going nowhere.
It's not going
anywhere. It ain't going nowhere. The black gene is not going nowhere. That's right. It's dominant. Yeah, that melanin is dominant, baby.
It's not going anywhere, dude.
I teach that stuff on my channel years ago. Like it's almost like 9 years old in April, and I've been talking about this stuff for like almost a damn decade, and people gave me pushback years ago when I made those videos with Elder Young One and Wacky, of course, and we had our little thing in 1.0 era, and it was fun then. And now you got these niggas crying about we about to extinct. No, anyone is extinct. It's the Roman white man that used to come from that middle desert a long time ago and lie about his history. And now he's being exposed left and right, and his own people can't stand him because now they can't reproduce. And now they want black women on the side. They ain't gonna talk about that in the space. They said that ain't true. That is true. Look at the pornography
I
sites.
think the other part of the other side of this argument is that black people are dying, but it's a very specific population within black society.
Exactly.
And I think that's really what the problem is.
Yeah. But I'll tell you a secret. There is a white decline in Russia and Europe, but they have a lot of homelessness there in Europe. I did not know that. And most people won't talk about it online because they won't show it on the news. But every time you watch RT, they show that. And I'm like, why are they homeless and poor in Germany?
The reason why, here's the thing. Here's the reason why. And this is the reason why I hate the race argument. This is the reason why I even hate race being brought up. This is the reason why on these type of platforms, I'm not even sure why other groups of people are even contextualized. Here's the reason why. This global pandemic has caused a poverty class on every continent.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you go to Russia, guess who's going to be comprised of this new post-COVID poverty class? If you go to Europe, guess who's going to be comprised of this new post-COVID poverty class? If you go to Asia, guess who's going to be comprised of this new post-COVID poverty class? Come to California, go to LA. Guess who's on the streets of downtown LA? I mean, This is a global thing.
Yeah, it's a global, and it's also classism. You know, you really think about it. You know, not just from a tech perspective.
It's a classism
Yeah,
thing in the sense, and not to mean to cut you off, but it's a
yeah,
classism thing in that amidst this COVID thing, you have
yeah.
the greatest wealth transfer currently taking place.
Exactly right.
This is what's going on right now is what is referred to as a black swan event.
Mhm.
So
That's right.
what you essentially have here is a number of worst case scenarios all happening at the same time. It's not
Exactly
literally
right.
it's not one thing really.
Mhm.
There were a whole bunch of different things that were kind of let's just say the bubble was about to pop on them.
Yeah.
And then let's just say there was a greater veneer that we placed over all of these bubbles, and we're going to call it beer virus, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then when we stuck the needle through that, we popped all the other ones.
Right.
Let's just say that that's how this has happened, right? So what you're going to have to do here, and this is the reason why I'm really pushing the intellectual angle with regards to all things, whether it be your business, whether it be your career path, whether it be how you engage in relationships. Guess what? It's all going to be based on this new fourth industrial paradigm. So I'm saying you need to, especially as men, especially as you being logical, rational, sensible creatures, you need to hedge on your intelligence. So that means you need to bolster your intelligence. You need to boost your intelligence. You need to always strive to become the most intelligent person out there.
Exactly right.
And make all
Amen.
the
Hallelujah.
That's right.
decisions
That's right.
with regards to all things, because right about now it's a crapshoot. So the only thing you could do is make intelligent decisions.
And let me tell you, gentlemen,
Just
like,
one last thing, Paul, and you got it. For any women listening out there, because I see there's probably like 27 people, I'm gonna assume that maybe like 8% of that are women.
Yeah.
Okay. So for you, estimated 8% of women of the 27 people who are listening that are listening to this shit, this is a unisex message. This applies to you too. Just take what I said and apply it to you. This isn't the red pill space in the sense of where this is male, 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 female nature, female nature, female nature. No, this is intelligent.
This is not the Great Reset either.
This is Manosphere 3.0. This is intelligence rules the day. You got it, Paul.
all right, so check this out. The first trip that I took overseas was a vacation, and the particular place that we went, like, I was amazed because, like, you hear that these overseas destinations are supposed to be so backwards and primitive, have faster Wi-Fi than I had ever seen, and had it ubiquitous. So that taught me a lesson, and I've seen it repeated over and over and over in the world. Some of the places that do not have robust infrastructures, as their infrastructure is built out, if it's built out in this epoch, it's stronger, better, more efficient, more effective. So what that means is that, like, as Africa is built, within the next 30 to 50 years, it's literally going to be freaking Wakanda. So,
we've been talking about this, yeah.
So I think that Black people have been punished, especially American Black people have been punished through the last 2 or 3 epochs of, you know, human history and the British Empire and the American Empire. But we've reached this ascendancy at the right point. Because when do you want to be your strongest? When humanity starts printing out like matter? Or do you want to be your strongest like back with the British Empire and they wrestling over teeth?
Well, the only thing
that's 18th century though.
The only thing I could do, and I want to answer a question in the chat. The only thing I can do, right? And this is another message that I espouse. I was born in 1977, right?
Right.
So there were things that happened, dude, that precede me. Okay. And then I came into being as an adult, given what it is that I know and how I came up in the 90s and into the 2000s. And I'm here where I find myself today. So I don't inherently feel that what I'm supposed to do is to go back in time and fix
Mr.
problems.
Research, what's up, baby?
Yo, Mr. Research, what's going on, brother? What I don't feel is that I need to go back in time and solve problems. You know what I mean? I don't that's not a good application of what my skill set is. Based on what I know is how the future is about to unfold. So if I know that, it's not really a smart application of my skill set, my talents, and all that to try and go and solve a past problem. It's actually to say, you know what? If you do this pivoting towards the future, you don't have to worry about the past problem. That's a better use of an application of my talents and my abilities and what I know. I'm not really sure how my knowledge in microtransport fixes problems that occurred as a result of slavery. I'll leave it up to you guys to give me the suggestions and I'll take a stab at it. But if you were to just leave it up to me, I'll probably be trying to figure it out for the next 10 years. Now, hold on a second. I see, let's see, Platinum Elite. He says, hey, can you explain how Floyd Mayweather could not stop his daughter from smashing a thug? Well, first of all, there's an assumption that he was trying to stop his daughter, given that he's a boxer. So I think a thug, a dude who is a basically a pugilist for a living, and I'm not shitting on the profession, I'm just saying, is kind of in that same venue. Versus I'm a tech guy. So if Floyd Mayweather was a tech guy and his daughter went and smashed, so he'd say he's a tech guy and he created like some app or he has his brand of smartphone or something. And then his daughter, given her upbringing was, in a tech environment, all that, goes and then smashes a thug. Then I could kind of see where you're coming from with that question. But given the lifestyle and what it is that Mayweather projects, I would say that she's probably kind of grown up around that environment to begin with. So that's going to be more in her purview. Hopefully that makes sense. And this is just coming from a dude who's got a daughter. You know what I mean?
Water seeps his own level.
Okay. So Dr. Phoenix just came up with a one-liner to sum up what I
Children emulate
their parents. 2 minutes saying.
That's right.
Look, got somebody, another single father I know. Unfortunately, this guy, he was out running, around, moving women in and out, and his kids end up doing the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird, man, because I guess my issue is that I guess my issue with this type of stuff here is that again, I've been the type of person where if I want to know something, I kind of seek out the people who are doing it, right? And usually what I'll find is there are other things going on that is sort of lent to them being where they're at, which has me seeking them out for guidance. And then I'll take from those elements as well. And then I see how their home environment is, how they deal with their children and stuff like that. And I see what their kids do. I see how they move. And it's different from how Black culture does things. So that's what I mean. I read those kind of questions about Floyd Mayweather and his daughter, and the first thing that pops in my head is like, well, it's environment. Dude, two of my mentors, they're older Jewish guys. I go around there. I go into their homes. I go around, the Jewish community. I see they're not doing what Black people do. I go around my Korean friends, my Filipino friends. They ain't doing what Black people do. So when you ask me about Floyd Mayweather and his daughter, I'm like, well, I kind of expect that. Kind of expect it.
Yeah, entertainment question. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of expect it. It's like, well, what do you think about that? Well, kind of makes sense. Given her environment, makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense. No brainer.
Yeah. And since like MOT would say about entertainment and the environment, you just got to let it go, man.
Mm-hmm. That's all it is. That's why that's why men, women in social media. I'm like, okay, well, how much of this conversation is driven based on social media themes, right? And memes and things like that versus real life. And real life that varies, right? Because we're all in, like I said, over in this on this channel, in this sphere, in this space over here, okay, we're operating a different way. So obviously, based on this conversation that's been happening over the last 3+ hours, it's been of a different nature because we function a different way.
Right.
We have a counterpart also that functions a different way. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the whole thing. It's like, okay, what level of the conversation are you having this? D Smitty says, okay, what are your guys' thoughts on polygamy in all seriousness? I'm gonna give my answer and then I'm gonna step away for just a couple of minutes and then you guys go ahead and chime in.
Polygamy to me is,
let me just throw my answer in there and then I'm gonna step away and then you got it.
Okay.
So for me personally, it's a waste of my time. I got a whole lot of things going on, right? So I've never really had a desire to have like 2 people in the home, two situations, 2 sets of kids, 2 sets of problems, 2 sets of fill in the blank. Right? That's just complication. I'll be right back. You guys go ahead.
Yeah, polygamy for me is basically it's just like you have 2 people, like you said, it is a waste of my time. It's more like a threesome, one way go bad, go wrong though. So that's all I gotta say on that.
I see this having like, you're trying to like support too many households, man, too many mouths to feed. That ain't gonna work. So no thanks.
I'll go ahead.
The way that I see it is 90% of the people that push that idea are just looking for greater sexual selection. But like once you can actually afford to do it, then you probably just don't even want to. It's not interesting.
Well, my take on it is when Black folks can show me a viable outcome from that, when Black men can demonstrate that they can give the attention that the children would need in those types of relationships, and those children grow into healthy, viable, thriving citizens, until I see that, it's DOA. Again, this goes to a comment I made earlier about you cannot possibly say you're a good father and you have more than 3 children. You don't have enough time to be a good father to those many children. You just don't. But again, most Black men go around thinking that they can just sow their seeds all over the place, and this is why Black men tend to have the outcomes that we have.
I mean, trying to take care of families, and it costs money, and it also costs time, like I said.
And that's a good point, Johnny Blaze. I think we got an echo.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's a little better. Maybe. Yeah. No, I was gonna say that's actually a good point because men don't understand. Most men, especially young men, don't understand women are an expense. They are expensive, especially when you marry them. You got to think about health care. You got to think about those special issues that only they have to deal with. You have to think about pregnancy, how much a birth costs, how much it costs to raise a child from from cradle, from birth to 18, and that's not including college. You know, there's so many costs that are associated with the rearing of children, and I just don't see how, when so many black men lack ambition and don't have careers or don't make the kind of money that would be necessary to support one or two children, let alone you're thinking about multiple wives with multiple children. I just don't see that. And
Polygamy
again,
more
even
so
if you
pulling over
look up that
resources with.
socioeconomic ladder, well, if you looked up that socioeconomic ladder, you even looked at the rich, the ultra rich, you don't see them having a bunch of wives like that and a
Yeah,
bunch of children.
yeah. I was reading Baller's comment to travel the world about polygamy. I'm like, okay, I hear that before.
Look, if you want me to be really frank with you, black men practice broke back polygamy. It's broke me back polygamy. If you want me to keep it honest.
Yeah.
I just, for most black men see polygamy as a way to say you got, dare I say it, game, and you can get
Gay.
multiple women.
Yeah.
And it's more or less about their ego and their gratification of
Exactly
not
right.
so much the outcome.
So the question is, Doc, would you couldn't support two wives? Now I can tell you, I make over six figures, and I can tell you right now, I couldn't support two wives.
Have you not listened? I mean, I don't know. This gentleman heard Complex. I don't know exactly what. I know what happened with Complex's wife. I'm not sure about yours, Johnny Blaze. But why don't you go ask Complex how much those cancer treatments cost?
Man,
what happens as you get older?
Yeah.
And you may start to need those medical services.
Look, I'll put it out here. When my daughter was born premature at 28 weeks. The bill for my daughter being born in the NICU time was over $200,000.
And that's to be truth be told, that was probably on the low end because you were probably still in the military at the time.
I was still in the military. Oh, you better believe it. Now I'd have to pay that thing.
Yeah. If you go to one of these, we take only private insurance hospitals and have a child, and the child is born preterm there, and that child has to spend 6 or 7 months in a NICU, you're looking at at least $500,000.
Oh, easy.
This is not a joke. And yeah, doctors make decent money, but it takes doctors a long damn time to get to that point.
Yeah.
You know, and even then, you know, you're still only one medical emergency away from bankruptcy. And again, you know, and I think this is, you know, there's all these factors that, you know, yeah, black men like to do this little, what I call the poor man hustle.
Hey, wait.
I think, what's up, bro?
Because I see a comment that says pooling of resources is the real.
Yeah, I just read that earlier.
I
read that earlier.
That kind of goes in line with what you're saying right now.
Yeah, I read that earlier.
That poor man. Go ahead, dude.
I mean, look. I hate to say this, but look, war that seeks its own level. I'm just gonna keep saying this. I look. At the end of the day, I'm just saying. You know, Complex, Johnny Blaze, Paul, been married men. Paul still married, but they will tell you, man, children are expensive.
Yeah, they are.
Yep.
Wives are expensive, whether they're sick
or
not.
I'm a single man.
Well,
having a woman in your life is expensive, whether you're dating her.
True, facts. Yeah.
It's expensive. It's
Period.
expensive. However, okay. So it all depends on how you do it.
That's
This
right.
is why I'm a fan. Well, I'm an advocate. I'm one who did it of the incorporated union, because what you're doing is you're incorporating. You're literally creating a business. Okay. So this is essentially how royal families do it. Okay. They'll put it in I forgot what kind of trust it is. My younger brother, he's the one to help me with establishing the trust that owns the trust that we put our union in. So there's like a parent company trust, right, where I actually have a childhood friend who's a third party trustee of that, which is a whole other. See, I just basically gave you the skinny on how to protect yourself.
So, hey,
yeah.
So, okay, so the question kind of came like this. Basically, it was more like it says, would you support two wives?
What I was no. The reason why
on this whole conversation.
Yeah, because it was like right when I kind of stepped out for a second, it was a question about polygamy, but then we're talking about supporting two wives, and I'm like, well, I mean, the first see, here's the thing. Why does one have a desire for more than one wife? It's because they're horny.
Yeah. Now we know that part, but
okay. So let's start that. See that, because I'm a very pragmatic person, right? I like to get down to the nitty gritty. When I talk business, I need to know everything, right? I need to know what I'm basing, how I'm going to formulate, like what I want out of a deal on, right? So if I understand that that's the reason for polygamy, then I'm going to say, hey, look, as a guy who's not that, I can't really tell you about that. You would be the one that would have to figure out how to best protect yourself, because you have an insatiable urge for vag, right? So much so that you need to marry two women. Now, what I found was that I found one woman who wanted to like screw my brains out every night. And I mean, okay, why do I need two if I have one who wants to do that? But I guess because one may want to do that during times, and then when that one doesn't, the other one does, and then maybe they both want to at some times, and then you do the threesome. I have no idea, right? But see,
it's a threesome thing. Yeah,
that's where your life becomes so convoluted. where in my head, because of the obligations that I already have, I can't welcome that sort of complication into my life. So then it's sort of like, I don't know. That's for dudes who just really just want to screw a lot.
Yeah, it's low level thinking.
Well, I think it's a little simpler than that.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man.
I think it's actually a little simpler than that. I think this is just purely an issue of ego.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why I say ego.
I don't know. It's like see what happens is that you always hear about this nature shit. Right. Well, it's a man's nature to just man's nature. And then I'm just like, you know what? I mean, you can give me this nature shit all you want, but here's what I can recall. From the date of my birth up until this particular point in time, I don't know. Things have been pretty modern in terms of like what's molded my existence, right? There's been this technology thing, and you know, there's this internet thing, and there's all these techie things, right? And you know, I didn't grow up in an agrarian culture sort of thing where I had to get up at, you know, the sunrise and tend to the goddamn chickens, and then I can't relate to the type of existence, right, that has me in the modern world sowing my wild oats with just reckless abandon. I can't. I guess I have too much intelligence to defer to some sort of carnal nature that lies deep within me to do this.
You just said it, yeah, carnal nature.
Somebody help me out.
Yeah, that's that carnal thinking, man, and that's just what they resort to on that low level. They say ego.
ballers are traveling the world says you can stay single and get vag. Okay, so this is my whole point. I did that during my 20s, and I just opted to not have kids.
I spent pretty much all of my 20s living abroad. I didn't come back to the U.S. until I was about 30.
I spent most of my 20s focused on myself.
So,
when I was 20, I had a girlfriend. I cut her off at 21. So, I had that mindset ever since.
Well, if you cut her off or not, I mean, either way, the thing about it was that the reality is that I guess.
Yeah, I was about.
Okay, let me make sure I get the right syntax. So
I was in my late 20s when I came back to the U.S. So yeah, about close to 30. Yeah.
I mean, but Dr. Phoenix, I guess what I'm really trying to get out here is that, okay, there's a lot men can do to like keep themselves out of danger.
Absolutely, and that's really what goes to the crux of when I bring up these issues around aces. That's really what this is about. Yes. This is about Black men being able to understand this is the danger. These are the potential outcomes.
It's not a co-ed thing where it's like, well, the only way I can stay out of danger is if you do this, because you hear that from the other side all the time, right? But as one of these responsible Black men that doesn't exist, what I can tell you is that I actually practice that. So as a result, I can speak to what it is that I was able to accomplish, right? Being that successful young man who built shit, who actually doesn't build things, right? Because we don't exist. So I'm just saying, right? As the dude who did the right thing, and because you did the right thing, you don't exist. I just want to put this out here for posterity's sake. Guys like us don't exist, but here we are with our voices putting it on this live stream like, hey, do this, and you can avoid a lot of shit.
That's right.
But we don't exist. Mm-hmm. This voice is just a figment of your imagination.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
you dreamt this whole live stream. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Doctor.
No.
I'm being stupid.
I think this is really reminiscent of that conversation from a few weeks ago, where I think there's this natural tendency for Black men to be really immature about their approach to relationships and the kinds of women that you should be looking to complement your life. And unfortunately, because most Black men have had other Black men in their lives at some point that never told them the truth or were never honest with them, that's why you get a lot of these. Because you really didn't hear this whole polygamy thing really getting pushed until, I don't know, maybe about a decade or so ago. And, it's kind of really, it started to get really pushed heavily on social media. Then it kind of gets...
Well, coincidentally, it's really when you just saw like the preeminence of like bisexuality and lesbianism and all that shit. So it's just kind of all in line.
Yeah, it became the norm. Yeah.
And I think so Black men are trying to find ways to circumvent reality. And exactly the reality is that whether you can get multiple wives or not, most Black men have not demonstrated that they are fully capable of creating a household where you're the head of it and you can effectively take care of and raise children from birth to 18.
Well, I would say that from the Western ADOS position, the only reason why you would want to do it is because you have more vag available to you. I don't think it has anything to do with it. It doesn't have any. See, this is my issue with the Western ADOS conversation about stuff like polygamy. See, the problem is that you have not nailed monogamy down.
And
you haven't figured out the monogamy part.
They don't even believe in it.
It's like okay. It's like well, you know, okay. It's like you haven't learned how to juggle with one ball yet, right? But you want me to give you 2 or 3,
right?
You haven't. You can't take one and throw it up in there and then catch it with the other one, and throw it up in the air and then catch it with the other one, and throw it up in the air and catch it with the other one, and then do it for an extended amount of time. You have not even proven you can do that. So here's what you want me to do. You want me to throw you one, right? And then you're going to throw one in the air and then down and then up and then down. And then I'm going to throw you 2 more real quick in succession. And now all of a sudden you're supposed to juggle 3? Really?
Or 4 or 5?
Or 4 or 5? Really? Oh, wait a minute. Kids, let me throw you a couple more balls in there. There you go.
And again, you know, this goes back to what Johnny Blaze was saying about when his daughter was born, about just, you know, these are real expenses men need to consider whenever you're talking about.
I see more polyandry than anything else. Mike Rizzi. Oh God.
Taking on fatherhood, you know, potentially taking on a woman as a wife. These are all things black men have not considered. You know, for them, this just because for the average black male, I really believe this is just more or less an ego trip.
It's a well, I won't say that.
I'll just leave it at that. I don't.
Yeah, check it out. So damn. Okay, ballers are traveling. You just came up. I got 5 minutes on this, man, because this thing's been going for like 4 hours.
4 hours and 10 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yeah. Welcome to the panel, though, brother. What you got on it, man?
Yeah. I think as you get older, you're not as concerned with veg as much.
Mm-hmm.
You're thinking more about, elevating your family. Am I coming through clear?
If you don't mind my asking, yeah, you're good. We can hear you. If you don't mind my asking, how old are you, bro?
I'm 47.
Okay, you're Gen Xers. Okay, speak on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
yeah.
I think it's more of a, pooling resources. And necessarily, everybody doesn't have to be in the same house. I mean, women work. You could have, some successful women having their own homes, right? And it's not just about money. Ideas are resources too.
Mm.
Am I correct?
Say that last part.
He said ideas are resources.
Wait, ideally resources?
No,
ideas are resources.
Ideas are resources. Yeah, they are.
So if I have a wife that's an accountant, a wife that's a lawyer, I'm an architect. I see that as a win-win situation.
Yeah, ideas, that's called intellectual property.
Yeah. So I'm not looking at it from a physical point of view. I mean, the older you get, I think the more veg you can get. I'm not concerned about veg anymore.
I mean, I think that's that. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm gonna call you BAT. Is that cool?
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Okay.
One second, Complex. I actually have to go, brother.
You got I'm gonna shut down a few. Go ahead. You got last comments, bro?
I just want to say thanks for having me on, brother. Always a pleasure talking to you, talking with you. Always a pleasure talking with you, Johnny Blaze and Sir Obadiah, and for the other cat, BAT. Pleasure to meet you. But anyhow, thanks, brother. I would catch you.
All right, go ahead, Doc.
All right, Doc. You have a good rest of your evening, brother.
You too.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's the other thing, that Johnny Blaze and I have been speaking to as well. When you kind of like as men, you get into a certain age of your life, and it's different. The conversation's different. Your outlook's different. What you're trying to do with life takes on a different objective, right?
Yeah, you're
And
thinking about legacy, you know.
right, it's not only that, but well, no, okay, that because okay, let's actually go on that because that actually becomes the centerpiece. So you're absolutely right, right? So then you start to reprioritize things around that. Right. I'm 43. I'm widowed. I have a
Okay.
9-year-old daughter.
Sorry to hear about
So,
that.
yeah, well, actually, Johnny Blaze and I both are. We
wow.
both are. So we do a fatherhood series of live streams on Saturday mornings.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, speaking from that perspective. So when I really think about what you said, no, it's absolutely right because that makes you then prioritize things like sex, relationships, and all of that. Okay.
Yeah.
You're not moving reckless. You're not wasting your time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sex could be a liability more so than anything, because if I go get another girl pregnant and she's not on the same wavelength, then that could be a complete catastrophe.
Man, first and foremost, at this stage, I'm one and done. Ain't gonna be no more children, right? So
not in this country.
One and done.
Yeah, that's why I'm one and done, bro. One and done over here. So let's just say that your boy is gonna be making sure that he's strapped up at all times, and that's just not happening.
Yeah.
Right. That's just not happening. And see, so these are the things that I'm talking about where, okay, we as men can, we if you want to make sure that you get the outcomes that you want in life, okay, there's shit you can do. You can't start getting engaged with the opposite gender and then be like, well, okay, well, she came into the picture, so now it was up and no, hell no. You still got all the cards. You still hold all the cards, man. At any moment, and let's just say that moment does not precede some dumb shit that you done just found yourself into. But I'm just saying, at any moment, man, look, you pick and choose. It's your life.
Yeah.
They do the same thing. This is planet Earth with 7 billion plus humans, right? Everybody's out here getting it. So either you're going to deal with people with some sense and sensibility and some intelligence where there's a commonality, there's a common point, right? There's a compatibility level where regardless of where you're coming from and where they're coming from, there's a common sense standpoint where you meet. You know what I mean? And you gotta start there. You gotta start there. Like all of these traditions, well, you can go based on all the conversations that are going on in these spaces, and you from at least for me, I've gotten the sense that it's completely broken down. So the only thing that can happen is two intelligent people are going to get together based on the fact that they've got some wits about themselves and they're smart. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I'm thinking two intelligent people has to get together and be able to leave the government out of their relationship.
Yeah.
Well, I was just speaking to the incorporated union that I had with my deceased
That's
lady.
a good one as well. Yeah.
I was just talking about it, and not this Saturday, but next Saturday, Johnny Blaze and I are going to do a live stream, and we're going to break that down. I'm going to talk about how we did it.
Oh wow! I'd like to be on that one.
Go ahead, Johnny. Hey, Johnny, go ahead and take over for a minute. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I was going to say another thing besides having the government in your business, man. You got to keep bad friends and family out. That is probably one of the key things that we really don't talk about enough, because a lot of times that's what ruins relationships.
Exactly right.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that definitely keeping family out. Fortunately, I'm in a position where I don't have to deal with that. So but we have to learn to keep. And I think that's where the distrust is coming between black men and black women.
Right.
Is the government, the court systems, women using it as a weapon against men. And men have to uphold their side too.
Yeah.
They have to take care of their children, so the government doesn't have to come in and do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why I say a lot of the, the outside influences, whoever your girlfriend or wife, whoever her friends are, whoever the guy, whoever his friends are and family, there was a lot of times they can put ideas into people's heads that we really have to be careful of. But those ideas, they take root. Then, of course, from the idea is going to be some kind of action. And then that's when we start running into real problems.
Yeah, and I think women get emotional too, because I think men are able to move on quicker than they are. And, now you got a new girlfriend. Now she's emotional. Now all the logic in the world's out of her head. And next thing you know, you're in court, So somehow we have to reestablish some type of trust. Otherwise, I don't think there's going to be a black community.
Well, I really can't speak so much from that perspective, and I'm not really going to try. But I'm just looking at it more so just from my perspective as a single father. I've been married like Complex. I'm a widow. Now, luckily for me, never had to go down that whole divorce court route or what have you. Never planned on it. I saw my mother and my father both were married multiple times. I refused to do any of that.
Oh.
Okay. So
why didn't you get married again? Because of what you saw with your mother and father?
Well, to be honest with you, man, I just didn't find a woman I thought was worth marrying. I dated, sure. I've been married once. I was married for 17 years. My wife passed away. But after that, I don't know.
The old school was gone, right? The old school was gone.
Yeah.
The women we grew up with,
we got a bad echo going on.
Yeah, I don't got nothing else on in the house.
Okay. So I really can't say. I've thought about it, but just didn't find the one that I could say this is going to be the one I want to do it with. So wasn't ready.
So did you know what you wanted and you couldn't find it?
Well, I know what I didn't want. So let me at least say that.
Okay.
Now that I'm older, I'm almost 50.
Right.
I could probably do it again. However, I've been kind of comfortable being single now.
It's better when you're in your 40s, right?
What's that, dating?
Yeah, in a way. You know what?
I would prefer to be married. I'll be honest with you. However, just my unique situation also has a financial component to it, and I'm not ready to give that up.
Oh, okay.
So I'll say
women are expensive, bro. It's no doubt about it.
No, I'm saying if I get married, I'll lose money. So that's.
Oh, okay. I believe it. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Just looking at dating sucks right now as far as the millennials go.
So right now, it's a good relationship, and I don't see it going anywhere. Right. I'm sorry, it's not breaking. This one I see a real potential future with. So.
Oh, you have someone in mind, though.
Yes. So
okay.
I'm active. Yeah, I'm in an active, committed relationship right now.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's good. This day and age, men, we're really simple. We just want to be able to go to work, come home, watch football. And when we want it, we get it, and that's the end of it.
That's right.
That's really it. Because the whole point of this stream really was talking about men and women and that whole social media component.
That sapiosexual talk, yeah.
Yeah, but I think, man, that damn social media is probably broken up more relationships, man.
A lot. I've seen it a lot over the years. Yeah.
You know what it is? It's like you go into a restaurant and there's too many options.
Yes.
And it's hard to make a decision. And that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, that's how I feel every day. Yeah.
And it's more so for the women, because I always say the women get their $1 million up front because they get the advantage up front. We get the advantage on the back end. So their whole thing is overplaying their hand. Because hypergamy kicks in.
Yeah, it's designed like that, bro. Yeah.
Yeah. When do you put your hand in?
I see hypergamy as one part, but I think the other part is, the same thing is there are too many options for guys too. And
exactly. That's what I was about to say. Yeah.
I teach college for a living. That's what a lot of my male students, they're too busy trying to chase the females.
Exactly right. Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, you already got some. It's when I hear that damn rotation talk. I'm like,
oh my God.
Yeah.
What I've always found, is just that, it sounds cliche. That's why I hate saying it.
It is.
It's all of this. See, that's why I'm not going to do it for the sole sake of not sounding cliche. Because if I'm going to have conversations over here, right? If we're going to do that over here, and we're going to be talking about the whole sapio thing and stuff, then what I don't want to do is kind of defer to a more lower level of conversation.
Yeah.
But there's just speaking from experience, there's truth to just doing you. Right? There's truth to doing you. Now, I will say that part of what comes into play is that what you're doing and who's in proximity to what you're doing. Yeah. Right? All of that does come into play. But I can say from my time in the music circle, right? And in the LA music circle, because it's music, guess who's around a lot? Okay.
I would say women.
Right.
Groupies.
Well, but the thing is that I like what I was doing, dude. I ran a distribution company. I had a business, right? Where it was me and my younger brother. We had an office in downtown LA, and it was just stocked full of like inventory. We were doing manual labor, boxing up. We had one of the first vinyl. Retailers in the United States pertaining to like hip hop, funk, soul, jazz, those genres. It was us and maybe like about 5 or 6 other retailers at the time. This is Web 1.0. This is late 90s, early 2000s. And it was work. Now our third year in, we did like $250,000. We did nice money, you know what I mean? And then from there,
back then, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was easy.
That's like decades ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was easy to make money on the internet back then. Let's just put it like that. It was way easier. Now
it's a lot harder.
There's a lot more layers and formulas to it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. Whereas before, all you had to do was just basically have a product and sell it.
Yeah.
And because there wasn't a lot of people who knew how to like make websites and have a store and do all the logistics that were required. We're talking 20 years ago.
Yeah, about 20, almost 30
20 years ago, your average person could not set up a store. Okay.
That's right.
Right. So that's where if you had the ability to do it, you were ahead of the game.
Yeah.
Okay? And you were going to get some business. And, that's where I came into all, to being in terms of the internet. And I made my first chunk of money was in Web 1.0, and it was in music. So think about how when chicks found out that what I did was I would wake up in the morning, bro, and I'd have a shit ton of orders in my email. Like there was something to like wake up to money. Okay. Once I got a sniff of that, there was no turning back from that shit. Like
exactly.
I've been about that ever since, right? And I'm sorry that when you wake up to money in your email every day, that beats vag. I am so sorry. See, because here's the thing: there's times where you're not thinking about it, right?
Right.
There's times when you're not thinking about the vag, right? But guess what you're thinking about? The skrill, the money.
Yeah.
You're always thinking about money. And that's my thing. I'm like, well, I scratch my head at the guys who have, I mean, just all the time in the world to just spend their time just gaming up chicks and all this. And I'm like, well, but see, I'm all about the dollar though.
Yeah. Where's your returns at? Where's your receipts?
Well, if you have money, that's just automatic. You know what I mean? You don't have to play game. You don't have to be smooth. You just have to be yourself. You know, get what you want to get, roll with it, and the females will follow.
Well,
that's right.
I would even say that, but like I said, I always have to stress this. The money, I'm not motivated by money to get females. I'm not, right? Because before there were times, so there's times when I had money, there's times I didn't, there's times I did, there's times I didn't, right? And that largely just had to do with what the hell life was throwing at me at the time, right? There was a time where I was making money doing the Web 1.0 thing, and then there was a switch. Fucking Apple came out with the damn iPod, everything goes digital. Guess what? People ain't buying like CDs and, well, they were still buying vinyl, but not CDs like that. And I was distributing, I was pressing for labels, I was for independent labels, I was distributing, I was doing all kind of stuff. But once you take physical format out of music, then vinyl just becomes even a more niche market. And your bread and butter, which was, you know, manufacturing and distribution and retailing of, you know, physical format music like CDs and stuff like that, and DVD and all that, that was out the window. That was all gone, right? So then you take a dump. So you were making six figures for a few years, and then, you know, the industry or technology or a combination of the two, you know, throws you a bone. And then on top of that, you had the damn housing crash that happens. Okay. And then on top of that, I become a new father, and then cancer happens to my wife, and then that's a 3-year battle. And then after that, you know, it's like, okay, life starts over again. Right? So, you know, I understand people have these wild expectations about, like, well, you know, the man's got to have this and have this and have that. But, you know, people also experience real shit in life. So even though you have the capability, you have the competency, you know, you have all these attributes, you have the means to do it, sometimes life will throw you a bone, and you're just gonna have to regroup, rebuild, and get back to where you were at one point. You know, and I think that it's those types of things that are left out of the social media based conversations.
Right.
That's the nuance, the gray area, all the day-to-day life shit, the real things that actually happen. That's the stuff that's left out of the conversation.
Exactly right. And that's what's wrong with this space. You know, they just leave the most important. They don't want the intellectuals. It's like Big JX said on his channel. He was upset. Everybody's so anti-intellectual, and that's what I'm seeing in the space. And it's sad. I miss the old days where it used to be. But you know, but I guess this space is proving
3.0 happened. Well, no, that's why 3.0 was created, because that was the whole point. Because everything everywhere else was going to be relationship based, right?
Yeah.
And if you were to ask me, I mean, dude, we've been. Well, damn, it's 4 hours and 30. Okay, I'm gonna have to shut this down in a minute. But you know, the reality is that if you do apply some intelligence and you approach things from a more mature position,
Right.
you could solve a lot of the relationship problems easily.
Easily. Yeah, that's
Right.
facts. Yeah.
If the old paradigm manosphere, let's just call it that, right?
Yeah.
I would call it manosphere lesser, but you know that was being egotistical. Okay, but you know, if you were to take the old paradigm manosphere, okay, as soon as they do that, well, because they don't really talk about anything else, pretty much it's done for.
Yeah.
Right.
Once you take that away, they just disappear.
That's pretty much it. And then what you're left with is what we talk about.
Exactly.
Okay.
The true source of the answer, you know.
Well, not only that, but the way forward.
Exactly.
Right. That's what you see. This is why it's 3.0.
Oh.
Okay. So
we're technocrats over here, sapiosexuals, all that.
That's what I mean. It's the way forward. It's the future, right? But I mean, look, in various circles of this sphere, and I'll get you guys' last thoughts, and I'm going to go ahead and close it down. But in various circles of the sphere, there's thoughts that all these other things need to happen first, right? Before you get to a point where we get on a way forward, right? You got to heal, for example, right? There's a group of people who think that before you can build anything, you need to heal.
That's right.
Right. There's a group of people who think that. I think that's silly. Because if you're saying that, then that means that you haven't been doing anything to build this whole time. And you've only come to the realization that you need to kind of get over whatever blocks that have been presented to you. Right? That's part of the growth process. Again, you can't point to any other group of people, because I would say that even some of like the white homies that I grew up with, who in my head I always thought that basically they just had it all together, right? They have the perfect scenario. They have the rich, you know, in my head, the rich parents who just pretty much gave them everything. But these are also the same dudes who succumb to drug problems.
Yeah, I have friends like that.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
I parents.
Yeah. What was that?
They usually hate their parents.
That's right. I had friends like that. Yeah.
Right. Because their parents were too accommodating their whole lives, right? And they didn't actually put them in. They didn't put them in anything that basically told them that they were going to see challenges in life. So once they started seeing challenges, they didn't know how to deal with it. So they started like basically
spazzing out. Yeah.
So hitting the bottle, you know, hitting the vodka, you know, popping the pills, snorting the coke, you know, all that shit. You know what I mean? So to me, it's kind of like, nah, dude, I've seen it from the street side. I've seen it from the rich side.
Exactly. Same.
I've seen it. That's what I mean, dude. It's like, that's why I prefaced this whole thing. I said social media, because a lot of people are approaching it from what social media is telling them. But then I'm looking at the real world, and I'm like, nah, man, I done seen like my rich kid homies fucked up. I done seen my street homies fucked up. Right. And I'm like, dude, there's commonalities between the two, because I used to scratch my head like, damn, well, bro, like you already see everybody else around you doing this shit. So how the fuck did you fall into that? And then I look at like my rich homies, and I'm like, well, dude, you got it all. Why are you dealing with this shit? It's the human condition, bro. It's like, it's not even, I don't know, man. That's the thing, man. It's way more nuanced than just some like, all of you people do this, you guys all do this, and you all do bullshit, dude. It's like, you know, you got people that are on the street level who actually recognize like everything that's fucking wrong.
Yeah, right? They can get out of it.
Right, and they're on the even kill. And then you got the people,
the middle class and rich, they be
right,
panicking.
who basically, well, no, they have it, but somehow for whatever reason they dealing with something for some reason.
Yeah,
They
they
can
can't
make
cope.
sense.
They can't cope. They can't cope. That's what.
They can't cope, but the person out of the streets can.
Yeah,
Think
that's usually
about
where
it.
it is. Yeah, think about it.
But
Yeah.
this is what I mean, dude. It's like there's far more nuance to this shit.
Mm-hmm.
There's far more nuances. So it's the same thing with this whole quote unquote gender war stuff. Well,
Yeah.
all men are this and all women. Bullshit. No, there's a lot of dudes that are doing this, and there's a lot of chicks that are doing that, and then there's a whole bunch of people in the middle. And some are sensible enough to not listen to the social media bullshit, and some are resisting the urge, but are getting caught up in it.
Mm-hmm.
That's really what's going on here, man. It's like a war. It's like a war of sensibilities.
Yeah.
Y'all, let's put the final word on it, man, and then we're going to shut it down. What y'all got?
I appreciate you having me on, Complex, man. I mean,
You already
I just
know,
want to
man.
put my I just want to put my 2 nickels to the pot of this conversation. It's been a good one. So
Okay.
yeah.
BAT, I appreciate you. First time coming on, brother. You got any last words?
Yeah. I just want to give a shout out to O'Shea. You mentioned your channel. That's why I came this way. Just letting you know he's giving you some love. I appreciate the conversation, fellas. Hopefully have the same conversation because social media ain't going away. We'll talk more about it another time.
Yeah, for sure, man, for sure. And I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Yeah, shout out to O'Shea.
And Johnny Blaze, you got any last words, brother?
Just last thing, social media, man. It's a tool. Use the tool properly. Don't try to use a screwdriver as a hammer. Okay. Social media for what it is. Use it as a tool, and don't let it influence your life.
Yeah, don't let it tell you how to interpret your reality. Okay, with that, man, I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down. I appreciate everyone for coming out. Hit the like button if you appreciated the conversation. Share it with someone that you think would appreciate it as well. And we will be back for another one soon. Peace.